conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period by visiting mountainview.gov/meeting to enter the Zoom meeting, or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 843-5126-7142. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. Interim City Attorney Quinn will make a closed session announcement, and then the City Council welcomes public comment on the items listed for closed session.
So on the closed session for this evening, item 2.1 is conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property is 850 California Street. The agency negotiators are Angela LaMonica, our real property program administrator, and Don Cameron, the public works director. The negotiating party is CVS, and under negotiation is price and terms of payment. Item 2.2 is conference with legal counsel for existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. The name of the case is Anthony Gonzalez versus the City of Mountain View Police Department, et al. The case number is 321 CV 06096-AGT. And that concludes my closed session announcement.
Thank you. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on the closed session items listed on tonight's agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. Seeing no members of the public wishing to provide comment, we will close public comment and recess to closed session. We'll be back either at 6:30 or immediately following the closed session. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the joint meeting of the City Council and the Shoreline Regional Park Community of February 22nd, 2022. I'm going to read the usual announcement as required. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with California Government Code Section 54953E as authorized by resolution of the City Council. Please contact city.clerk@mountainview.gov to obtain a copy of the applicable resolution. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast Channel 26. Noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period by visiting mountainview.gov/meeting to enter the Zoom webinar, or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 843-5126-7142. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Soon as the pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The City Clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abby Koka.
Here.
Councilmember Kamei.
Here.
Councilmember Lieber.
Here.
Councilmember Matichak.
Here.
Councilmember Showalter.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hicks.
Here.
Mayor Ramirez.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now move to item 4, consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. The reading of the full text of resolutions and ordinances will be waived unless a council member requests otherwise. As a reminder, the purpose of the consent calendar is for the council to efficiently and quickly consider a high volume of routine or administrative business items with one motion. Although council members may remove items, it is generally not intended for the council to have a lengthy, substantive discussion on consent calendar items. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? Councilmember Abby Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have to pull the item, but I just wanted a clarification on a question I asked on item 4.4, but I would like to pull item 4.6.
Okay, so would you like to ask the question now?
Oh, yes. So I had sent in a written question. This is regarding the MOU with the county on the affordable housing projects. And the question was, in the list of the projects we have, it has the amount that the county is providing and the amount the city is providing. And I noticed for lot 12, the city's amount is higher than the county's. And so I guess I didn't word the question well, but what I was asking for was not whether if we could move that amount to the difference to another project, like physically move it, but could we get credit from the county for the $2.5 million difference? Sorry, I don't know if you can, to the Montecito projects, I believe it's Montecito project, so that we could get ownership of the Montecito site. So hoping staff could maybe answer that question. So it's not, yep.
So we might, let's see, I see Michaela has her hand up. Let me see if I could promote her to panelist. And if there's anyone else who ought to be promoted to panelist, if you wouldn't mind raising your hand, and I'll identify you and the attendees, and I'll go ahead and promote you. But Michaela, are you able to respond to the question?
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Councilmember Abeytoga. That is not a scenario that we have discussed with the county yet. We're happy to bring it to them and see if it's possible. And you can ask us to do so if you'd like.
Okay, that'd be great. Do I need to put that in the motion, or can I don't know. Do I need to get majority approval to make that request to the county?
City manager or city attorney, can you provide some guidance for us?
Thank you, Mayor Ramirez. Yes, I would ask for council to weigh in on that, if that's something that the majority is interested in.
I'm thinking maybe we should just pull the item then.
Okay.
I'm thinking that's a good idea.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So then I've got 4.4 and 4.6. Councilmember Matichak.
So I wanted to make a comment on 4.4, but since we're going to pull the item, I will wait until we talk about it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other council members wishing to pull items? Seeing none. So here's what I'm going to request. So we'll now go to public comment for the balance of the consent calendar. If a member of the public would like to speak on item 4.4, which is the programmatic memorandum of understanding between County of Santa Clara and City of Mountain View, or item 4.6, which is the PG&E gas regulator station at San Baron Park, heritage tree removal and mitigation, then I will ask you to wait until we speak on those items. So after the council dispenses with the balance of the consent calendar, we'll move to the items that were pulled. Would any member of the public like to speak on any item on the consent calendar that has not been pulled? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public comment for the balance of the consent calendar. And a motion is in order. Councilmember Abeytoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar. I'm sorry, my dogs are talking. Other than 4.4 and 4.6, but including 4.2, adopting a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View, amending City Council Policy K5, Public Art and CIP projects to be read in title only, for the reading waived.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamei.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? If not, the city clerk will begin the roll call vote.
Councilmember Abeytoga.
Aye.
Councilmember Kamei.
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber.
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. So now we will go to item 4.4. This is the programmatic memorandum of understanding between County of Santa Clara and City of Mountain View. First, we'll turn to the public. Would any member of the public like to speak on item 4.4? The first speaker is, so we'll allocate 3 minutes. There's only one speaker, Ray Bramson.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Ray Bramson, Chief Operating Officer, Destination Home. On behalf of our organization, I'd like to thank City Council of Mountain View for your consideration of item 4.4. Over a year ago, the City of Destination Home made nearly a $500,000 grant to the City of Mountain View for capacity building efforts. And it's exactly this type of creativity, thoughtfulness from staff, to work with county officials to come to an opportunity that's before you tonight to leverage tens of millions of Measure A dollars with invaluable, valuable City of Mountain View funding to create deeply affordable and supportive housing for some of our most valuable and vulnerable residents. I want to thank you so much for your hard work and for the hard work of staff to get to this point. I think this shows Mountain View is a leader in our region in addressing the affordable housing crisis, and Destination Home is cheering you on. Thank you again, and have a good night.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other members of the public, we will return to the council for deliberation. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. So just in continuation, my interest was to see if we can retain as many of the sites as possible as city property. And in looking at the MOU and the 5 different projects, I noticed with Lot 12, the city contribution is higher than the county's. And my request was if we can ask the county to credit us or to credit the difference to I'll say take Montecito, because Montecito is a $2 million difference, whereas the Lot 12 is a $2.5 million difference, and see if we can retain the Montecito site as well. But as I was looking at this, I noticed that there's a land value on Lot 12 there's no monetary value listed. But I also think that we should get credit for that too. And so can we look at negotiating that land value as credit towards, one of the other projects as well, so we can retain the properties at the end of the lease terms? And I'm hoping that I could get council support to do that negotiation.
Thank you. Staff, did you have a response, or can you speak to the feasibility of the ask?
Hi, and apologies, I didn't introduce myself earlier. I'm Michaela Hellman-Tincher, Housing and Neighborhoods Division Manager. Thank you for the question. As I mentioned before, we have not explored this with the county previously, so we'd have to renegotiate some of the terms with them. Being honest, my assumption is that this is an unlikely request that would be granted. I believe there may be a county staff member on the line. Ms. Consuelo Hernandez. I think she just raised her hand.
I've just moved her into the panel.
So Consuelo, if you'd like to address this at all.
Good evening, Council. Apologies, I am on my phone. Consuelo Hernandez here, Director with the Office of Supportive Housing. If I understand the question correctly from the council member, we did not include the land value of Lot 12 because in other instances, the county also holds land and that value is not factored in towards our contribution. It would require us to go back and renegotiate the terms of the MOU, which, as some of you know, we've been working on for quite some time now. Happy to do so if that's what the council wishes. And I just don't see us getting to that place where we would give that credit.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I'm not sure if you want to finish this, Councilmember Abikoga, because you were also asking about the additional contribution from the city, the 2.5 million. Did you want to try to close on that one too?
Yes.
Before I go.
Thank you, Councilmember Matichak. I guess I can ask what the likelihood of that would be. Since it's an overall MOU, I understand that it's project by project on listed, but I thought the whole point was to have an overall MOU. So if our contribution rate is equals out to being more on one project and less on another, can we basically get credit and move that around so that overall we can retain the property, as many properties as possible? And then I guess I would ask what, I know Crestview, I'm assuming is the county property that Ms. Consuelo mentioned, but are there other properties here on this list that the county actually owns?
Not at this time. Oh, go ahead, Consuelo.
Sorry, I'm happy to answer. The clarifying question is no, not specifically in Mountain View, but in other cities where we're negotiating similar terms, we don't include the value of existing land in our contribution. And I also did want to frame, and apologies for calling in late, to frame the purpose and intent of the MOU originally was so that we can have projects like Lot 12 that don't meet the exact requirements of Measure A to be able to be funded, because you have other developments in your pipeline that collectively they do meet the objectives of Measure A. They help the city in achieving their goals. So the land ownership is something new that came up last year. But the original intent of this was, how do we take the city's pipeline with funding that the county has to collectively achieve mutual goals? Happy to continue the conversations with the staff about, shifting funding from other projects. Lot 12, I think, is a bit of the exception because the city already owns it. But in other sites, if you wanted to move money around, we'd happy to continue that conversation with staff.
Anything else, Councilmember Abikoga?
I guess I'm not clear on that comment just now. If we moved money around for the other projects, so would that put a project in jeopardy of not being fully funded? So I'm not looking to physically move the money around. I guess I'm asking if we can get credit for the funding that the city is putting in by trying to retain the ownership of the site. And the reason why this is very important to me is that, number one, I think it is the best interest for the city to own as much property as we can. It's done as well in the past. And then I remember, I believe it was like there was a county, I think it was a work furlough site back in the day in the East Wisman area. And the county eventually ended up ending that program. And, I guess like when things like that happen, I think as mentioned in the staff report, it's best for, I think, the city to have control of those properties so they can determine what use it can go to in the future. And that's why it's so important for me to try to have ownership of these sites. So I guess what I'm asking for is, can we get credit if we're putting more money into one project? Can we get that credit on another project so we can retain ownership of these sites, or as many as we can?
Anything else? Sorry. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
I apologize.
Sorry, happy to share the answer, my immediate answer here now, or happy to take it back to further discussions with city staff.
So I would appreciate hearing from other council members. If there's not enough interest to try to explore this, then that's fine. I'll drop it. But I thought it was worth at least exploring.
Thank you, Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. I do think it's worth exploring, and it's not the value of the land we're talking about. This, for the second part, it's the additional contribution the city made to the Lot 12 development. But I have a strong interest in the city having ownership of all of the affordable housing projects, the property that is, because sometime down the road, if the county does decide they want to sell it, I appreciate that the city has the right of the first refusal on it, but at that point, the property is going to be a lot more in terms of investment than a much smaller investment at the beginning of the project, something like 2 or 3 million versus many, many millions, 55 years from now. So I have a strong interest in the city having the property up front. I think Councilmember Abikoga shared my perspective as well, which is I think it is always beneficial for the city to own property. We don't really know what's going to happen in the future, but we're in the best position possible if we own the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thanks so much. Well, I'm really excited that we are finally talking about the MOU. As was mentioned, I think by staff and the county, this has been something that's been in the works for a really long time. And I think some of us expressed our opinion when this first came forward, I think on the Montecito project. And you're hearing a little bit more of it tonight. So, I am grateful for the county, our partnership, particularly want to thank Destination Home. And I know that they gave their public comment on making this possible. I was just going to make comments and we'll see if there's anybody else who's interested. But, I was particularly happy about, page 5 of the staff report with the ground lease duration in terms of our MOU being able to, option out to the 99 years. And then I felt like perhaps this is where it was trying to address some of the concerns we're hearing from my colleagues, which is, the city option to acquire the sites. I do support that. I think we're hearing from Councilor Abikoga and Councilor Matichak, perhaps, being able to see if we could do that sooner than, the county deciding that they, might want to do something different with the land. So I am interested in that. But I know that we had this discussion maybe a year or two ago. And so I'm not sure if things have changed, but I do feel like it addresses it there. It's maybe not as much as I'd like, because I would like the city to be able to own it. But at this point, anything to move forward with these much needed projects is what I want to support at the end. So we will see where the rest of the discussion goes. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yeah, I basically agree with Councilmember Abikoga. I think it would be good to own the property, and I'm wondering whether it seems like this is an ongoing discussion, that it'll come up over and over again with various properties that we partner with the county on, and I don't see a particular reason for the county to want to own them, except to sell them to us. I mean, it just seems in our interest, as we do planning for the benefit of our residents, that we own it. On the other hand, I do sympathize with what Councilmember Kamei said of not slowing down the project. If it's something that we just can't do, then I would rather not try to do it. But so I guess that's where I'm weighing in, that I would like to do it if possible.
Thank you. And Community Development Director and Assistant City Manager Arti Shrivastava, do you want to provide some remarks?
If I may, I think what we understand is that there may be those on the council who want to look at specific project funding for projects on which the council hasn't made a decision on as part of this MOU. So this MOU, the terms of the MOU contemplate both, that the city can own the land and the county can own the land. I think on specific projects, we may have some limitations since we've already signed the LDDA for Lot 12, and the council's made the NOFA's funding decision for Eden. But for the future projects, you can direct us to go back and negotiate the amounts with the county to see if what it would cost for the city to own land, and those include Montecito and the BTA lot and the other unidentified project. And we can come back to you as we bring funding options for the city and NOFA funding for the city to let you know how much it would cost for the city to own it versus the county. And this is typically done on a project by project basis. So we could leave the rest of the, the funding more open to go back and discuss and bring back to the council. But if the terms are okay, then we can move forward with the terms.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter?
Yeah, thank you for that answer. I've been watching this for a long time, and as Councilmember Kamei said, it's been going on for a long time. And I think that this is a good outcome for us. And it does give us the option moving forward to put in a little more money so that we tip that scale and we are the owner long term if that's important to us. At the same time, it does allow us to get more Measure A funds. And that's important to us too, because it lets us get more projects. So I'm comfortable with going forward with the MOU as it stands and being able to consider how much we will contribute on future projects.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber, did you want to speak before I share a quick thought?
Well, I very much agree with Councilmember Showalter's comments. I'm comfortable with the MOU as it stands as well.
Thank you. Just for my part, I also support the staff recommendation. I agree with Councilmember Showalter and Councilmember Kamei. I'm not interested in renegotiating the MOU. I think we have to be mindful that Measure A funding is being depleted pretty quickly. Other cities are, especially the city of San Jose, are taking advantage. And I am mindful that it took a long time for county staff and city staff to bring the MOU that we have tonight before us. I don't think it hurts to make an ask if that's something the county could be interested in, but I don't want to risk losing out on the allocation we would get with approval of the MOU. The only other thing that I think is worth noting is we've never before required the city to own the land for affordable housing funded by the city. So I'll ask city staff the question, but for instance, the Alta housing project that was most recently constructed on El Camino is owned by Alta, right? Not by the city of Mountain View. So, and that was a project that we invested dollars in. So I think it's a new concept, and I don't mind continuing to have the conversation, but we don't own most of the affordable housing projects that we funded. Councilmember Abikoga?
I guess I was under a different understanding. I know, like Franklin Street, I believe it was a lease. So my understanding was most of these are on city land, but are leased for 99 years plus. But I don't know if Alta was a different arrangement, but was how we used to do it, at least.
I can check, but our understanding is most of the land is owned, the previous projects were owned by the actual providers, Alta, Rome. And the difference really is that the city has land use control over these entities, but it doesn't if the county is the owner. And that's really the difference. So when other private entities, be they nonprofits or otherwise, own the property, then they have to come to the city for permits.
And the one thing I'll add to that is the city does retain land use authority over the county when it's affordable housing. It's just if it was a different public use.
So I was going to go ahead and make the motion, but wanted to make the motion according to Ms. Srivastaba's comment about, so I'm fine to move forward with the MOU, but if maybe you can help me with the wording, but to bring each project back as it comes to a decision point to decide if we want to add funds to retain site control.
Yes, at this time, the council's already made the decisions on Lot 12 and La Avenida. The funds have been appropriated and the LDDA approved, so those won't come back. But Montecito and the pipeline projects could. I don't think we were planning to own Crestview since we're only putting 3.7. So those are the two we can go back, talk to the county, see if there's additional funding, because those have not yet been appropriated.
That would be my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak?
I'll second that.
Thank you. So just to clarify, so the motion would be to approve the staff recommendation with the addition that for projects that have not already been funded, the council would have an opportunity to decide at that point later on whether to provide additional funding to own the land.
And specifically, those would be Montecito and the pipeline projects for the table.
Okay, and just for my benefit, we haven't appropriated funding, so at some point we would have had to have the conversation regardless. Is that right?
That's right, as part of the NOFA appropriation.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Any other questions or comments on item 4.4? If none, then let's have the roll call vote.
Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Aye.
Councilmember Matachek.
Yes.
Councilmember Kamei.
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber.
Aye.
Councilmember Showalter.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. So now we will go to item 4.6, which is the PG&E gas regulator station. And first, I go to the public for comments. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak regarding item 4.6? Let's start with Albert Jeans, and we'll allocate 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Ramirez and council members. I'm Albert Jeans, a longtime resident, and I actually live about a block from where this PG&E gas regulator station is going to be installed in San Verone Park. And in general, I'm really pleased that staff and PG&E were able to work together and move this to the park instead of leaving it on the Middlefield median where those 3 huge redwood trees would have to be taken down. Next slide, please. However, as you know, there still will be 2 heritage trees removed or planned to be removed here. And one of them is this 20-foot tall coast redwood. That's my best guess is what this is the tree that's going to be removed because PG&E needs to run a pipeline under it to reach the main line from the sidewalk. And so next slide, please. I think this tree is a really good candidate for transplantation. It's still relatively small, compared to redwood trees. It's only a foot in diameter, 5 feet off the ground. And it's not that close to the other trees there. And so I think even if you scooped out the root ball, it wouldn't impact the adjacent trees too much. There's very easy access because right in the middle of this park, there's no buildings or anything like that. And there also happens to be a very nice tree moving service right in Mountain View over on Crittenden Lane, next to the Stevens Creek Trail. So good chance to support our own businesses. And, although transplanting is expensive, I imagine it might cost a few $1,000s. Trees this size aren't worth that much. I'm not sure exactly what the amount, but it could be like $10,000. So I think this is a really good opportunity. Next slide, please. And I've seen this done many years ago when I was still working for HP. Varian turned this lot into kind of a park and an office complex. And these redwood trees you see here were all transplanted. And at the time they were transplanted, they were, probably 20 or 30 feet tall, which was, maybe like 25 years ago. And they've done pretty well. And they're a really nice addition to the landscape. Next slide, please. And so I would hope that, council members would see fit to ask the city to move this tree to another location in San Verone Park. So we're not even talking about trucking it somewhere really far. Just move it a few yards somewhere and before the PG&E work commences, because this is all, of course, on the city's dime. But once PG&E gets in there, they're just going to hack it down, grind the stump, and do whatever they need to do. So I hope you'll seriously consider this. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other members of the public wishing to speak, we'll return to the council for deliberation. A motion is in order. Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. So yes, I pulled the item for exactly the question that Mr. Jeans asked, and I believe staff may have a response and hoping to hear that. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. So staff did review this request just today because we just received it today. So we haven't had a lot of time to collect information, and we're not able to give you a definitive response. This is what we can tell you is there are 4 factors that we need to consider if we were to want to, if you were to direct us to transplant this tree as opposed to just mitigate for the removal with 2 replacement trees. The first is this is a viable candidate for transplanting. So our city's arborist was able to visit the site today. He says the tree is healthy and it could be a candidate for transplanting. But the second factor is there a location suitable for replanting it? It is more than just, is there a planting space for it? Transplanting a tree of this size requires specialized and large equipment and unobstructed access to the tree planting location. So we could find a perfect place in the park, but there may be other trees or something else in the way and they can't get the equipment in. This all requires analysis. We can't answer that question tonight. The third factor is PG&E willing to pay for the cost of transplanting the tree? The mitigations for the tree removals is being paid for by PG&E. In fact, they are responsible for handling the planting of the replacement trees. We are not able to ask PG&E yet if they're willing to cover these costs because we don't have quotes yet. And that's going to be, that is the first question. We already talked to PG&E. That's their first question. How much are we talking? We know it's going to be a lot more expensive than them just paying to plant 2 replacement trees, but we just don't know what dollar amount to give them, and we don't know if they're going to be willing to cover the cost. The final factor is, does the city have the staff resources to manage this transplant project? And we say this because PG&E did tell us today that while they were willing to handle the replacement tree planting, they are not willing to take responsibility for transplanting the tree. If they are willing to fund it, they would give the money to the city and they would expect city staff then to handle the transplant. We do not have the equipment or the resources to do it ourselves. We would have to contract it out. So a critical question for us would be the timing, because we here at PG&E wants to get started as soon as possible. They've already delayed this project quite a bit, working with us on what was going to happen with Middlefield Road. And this is part of their gas pipeline safety initiative. So we would need time to figure out how quickly we could get quotes, contract this out, assuming PG&E pays for it, and have our own staff resources available to manage this contract and make sure the tree gets transplanted before PG&E is ready to start work. So having said that, because we don't know all the answers, we did come up with an alternate recommendation if you want to leave transplanting the tree on the table. So if that's the direction from council, I'm happy to screen share an alternate recommendation. I'm seeing a lot of nods. All right, let me screen share. So I assume you can see my screen? Okay, great, thank you. So you know the current recommendation is to approve the removal and mitigation for 2 heritage trees at a 2-to-1 replacement. The proposed revised recommendation, which would give staff some flexibility to see if we can work this out, would be still to approve the removal and mitigation for the pine heritage tree at a 2-to-1 replacement ratio. But for the redwood heritage tree, approve transplanting the tree. If a feasible location is identified, it is fully funded by PG&E, and city can transplant the tree before PG&E needs access to the site. If this is not possible, approve the removal and mitigation for the redwood heritage tree at a 2-to-1 tree replacement ratio. And that's staff's response to the question.
Thank you. Councilmember Abetoga, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Cameron, for that explanation and the alternate motion. I like the alternate motion. I guess my question though is, I don't see a motivation for PG&E to pay for the transplanting, and so, unless we have a bigger requirement on the other end. So if it turns out it's not doable, or PG&E says no, we go back to just the current recommendation, which I think is a lighter lift, frankly, for them. So I just don't see that, what would motivate them to do it. So is there something else we could require if they say no to transplanting the heritage tree?
Nothing that comes immediately to mind. I will say that, PG&E has been working with us to be a good neighbor. If they consider the cost is reasonable and within range, I think we could persuade them. However, you are right, we cannot require it. And what we have to remember is they do have franchise rights to just go remove those 3 very large redwood trees from the median. And as part of previously approved gas pipeline safety initiative tree removals, they provide money to the tree fund at I think it's 5 replacement trees for every 3 trees they remove, or something like that, or 7 for every 3. It's slightly more than 2 to 1, but not much more. And that is something that's been set in stone for a number of years now in terms of what they do for their gas pipeline safety initiative. So you're right about the motivation, and the best I can say is that we could do our best effort with PG&E to convince them that if this is what council would like to see, that this would be a good community relations thing to do.
Thank you. Anything else, Councilmember Abikoga? Okay. Councilmember Showalter. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, and I can wait to make the alternate motion.
Yeah, I was just going to ask the mayor if we're ready for a motion. If so, I would move. What?
We are ready.
Okay, I would move Councilmember Cameron's resolution, please.
Thank you.
I really think that's a good compromise. One thing I'd like to mention is that, pipeline safety is actually a big deal. And we've seen some, the San Bruno incident was egregious and horrible, and that's very, very rare. But there are other lesser problems, and just keeping that pipeline safe also means that it's reducing the emissions from it. So there's lots of good reasons for, for us. It's very much in our interest to have this work done and keep these pipelines in just tip-top shape. So that's another reason why I think that, the time has come to move forward with this. And I really like the suggestion that the Public Works Director made. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
So I can second that motion. I know, though, that this community, this neighborhood is very concerned about sort of loss of trees in general. And I'm wondering whether it would make sense to also say that if the city could chip in a certain amount of money, if PG&E, if the money were something that, the additional money were something that that PG&E did not want to pay. Nothing to slow it down. I agree it's important to move forward, but I also think if we chipped in, a few $1,000s that to ease the process, I would be willing to do that. So I don't know if Councilmember Showalter would, if that would work, and if Councilmember Showalter would agree to that friendly amendment.
No, I don't think so. If they're listening, and we say we're going to give them X $1,000, we're giving them X $1,000.
Okay, I'll go with that as is then.
Dawn, did you want to speak?
I just wanted to note that there were actually 2 recommendations for this item. One was to authorize the necessary city manager to execute the necessary documents to grant PG&E the utility easement, as well as the recommendation regarding the tree removal. So just would like to clarify that both of these recommendations are included in the motion.
Thank you. So Councilmember Showalter, it's essentially the staff recommendation with the alternative that the Public Works Director has proposed.
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay. So that's motion made by Councilmember Showalter, seconded by Vice Mayor Hicks. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll commence the roll call vote.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Abai-Koga? Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
We will now move to item 5, oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. We have several speakers, so let's allocate 2 minutes. And we'll begin with Luis Katz.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I wanted to address the issue of what is going on at 590 Castro, which is the Sobrato building that's supposed to go up. Upon reading the staff report, I note that they say they gave notice to property owners within 750 feet. My view of the map appears to be within 750 feet is City Hall, Chamber of Commerce, Performing Arts Center, Sobrato's own headquarters across the street, Pioneer Park, and the library. The notices that would have gone to residents, it seems to have been absolutely minimal. The 750 feet is, I think, a very outdated model. It's great for neighbors who are putting a second story perhaps over their garage, but not for a public space like Castro Street, where everyone has a keen interest in what is going on, including local business owners, which is not the same as property owners. So we have some very serious issues with this building that will be addressed later when it comes before the council, but I think it's important for the council to understand that we should not be treating public spaces like Castro the same as neighborhood projects for apartments and townhouses. It seriously erodes public trust. And with the upcoming actions for considering how to treat R3 zoning, et cetera, I think it's important for the council to understand that the more information that the public is given and the more input they're allowed to have in a timely manner instead of after the fact, the more likely we are to have a well-developed city that truly represents the needs of our community. So again, I would urge you to consider that we have to change this 750-foot notice outdated model. And for this project in particular, it shouldn't go forward until we actually have proper notice to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bruce Nagel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to discuss things in regards to sustainability. I'm Bruce Nagel. I've lived in Mountain View for over 40 years. I'm part of several sustainability groups, including being on the board of Carbon Free Mountain View. I think Mountain View Council for support of a number of powerful sustainability efforts. We were one of the first members in the Silicon Valley Clean Energy to move that forward, the group of people that did that. We authorized the Environmental Sustainability Task Force. We had early support of REACH codes, and we have support of all new vehicles by 2035 being zero emissions vehicles. The work that's being considered now to go into carbon neutral for 2030, as other cities have been, is an area that Mountain View is taking on. Thank you for that. It's important that we move this forward and be aware that other people are on the same journey. In fact, the topic of the thing being at San Mateo is discussing carbon neutral by 2030. I'd like you to consider an action that can be taken on the way, and that is that Los Altos Hills and Half Moon Bay have taken on, and it's to shut off the gas by 2045. So there's precedence for this, and I would like to see that as part of the discussion. I think it's an important foundational issue and will help focus the intention on what's needed in order to make the thing work. And thank you very much for the time and the discussion and for all the work you've done so far.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mary Hodder.
Thank you very much. I too want to discuss the notification issue around 590 Castro Street in particular. I also agree that the notifications for important changes to Castro Street are critical. I believe that we need to be notifying, if not everyone in Mountain View, a very wide circle. We are 1,000 feet here in this household that I'm speaking to you from the development, and so we did not get any notification. And yet, I think that the impact, for example, at the Sobrato building across the street, where the new Wells Fargo is located, has a very high impact on our neighborhood. And so, the idea that 750 feet is reasonable is it doesn't really work for me. When I speak with our neighbors around Fairmont, Hope, View, Bush, they're all very concerned because they don't like what happened at the Sobrato building across the street. And yet nobody knew about the new proposal and what's going to happen tomorrow at an administrative meeting. And so it's left to neighbors like me to go around and spread the word because nobody's getting notified. I'm also very concerned, as Louise Katz mentioned, about the notion that most of the notifications went to either the city or Sobrato. I think that is not at all helpful. So I really want to encourage you to change the rules when there's any development proposed for Castro or side streets, that all of Mountain View has a stake in the development, especially large developments that heavily impact the street, and everybody needs to be notified before those kinds of developments can be approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Howard Beal.
Hi, I was calling to bring attention to the issue of the tiny homes operated by Life Moves. There have been several issues there, and one of the least being people being thrown out of there because, well, their stay is up 90 days or 120 days. And Life Moves will tell you that people are being difficult or they're not making steps, but the people who live there will tell you a completely different story. And I always tend to side with those people because when you talk to them, they're like, well, I'm working, or well, I've taken a class, or well, I've done this, or well, I've done that. And all their stories are always the same. And then when they talk about the Life Moves people, they say, you know, I haven't had a case, I haven't met my case manager in weeks, or I'm on my third or fourth case manager and I've only been there 90 days. You know, there's serious problems with that Life Moves location. There's problems with how it's run. There are problems with maybe some safety issues. There's problems with sanitation issues. There's problems with the floor buckling. There are a variety of problems there. And I know many of you, like many other electeds, were so happy to see that opened and thought it was the next greatest thing. And we should all like multiply that all over the area, but it's not true. And this isn't working. And we need to find a way to hold them accountable and make it work before we replicate that anywhere. And so I'm hoping that in the name of the people that are still there, and especially the name of the people who have already been removed from that program for unjust reasons, that you will look into this Life Moves program, because right now life's just moving on for people that it shouldn't have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Christine.
Good evening, Council. This is Christine Keller. I'm at 555 West Middlefield. I know you've heard from me a lot. Thank you for your patience with that. So just a day or two after the last council meeting, I became aware of a major issue here at Avalon, which I believe others have reached out to the city about as well. Trying to summarize it quickly, essentially Avalon is doing the hallway renovations, but is not letting the people know that it involves asbestos. The only way I found out is someone else who emailed told me that they did confirm it's for asbestos. And this has caused a lot of stress for the people that have already received notification. And I know our building is coming in the near future. So they're not telling people it's asbestos, and they're only leaving a note on the door 5 days before, and then emailing 3 days before it's going to start, saying that it's basically 8 days of this work, but not saying it's asbestos. Also not saying that it's actually 3 weeks of renovation. We have a lot of families here that have infants, pets. They're even telling people they can leave their pets in there for this. They're not being transparent at all about this, and it's gotten many of us kind of pretty worried. I was advocating for mitigations to the development to protect our health and our trees in previous meeting, and now I'm really feeling weary of being in support of this project at all after seeing how Avalon's not been handling things well. And I'm wanting to ask the city what's being done to help us here, to help get Avalon to be able to communicate and really just to care about our health and communicate to residents so they can safely get out or safely make arrangements to stay elsewhere and not have to just be out at the last minute. But I do have growing concerns about approving a 7-year infill if they're not communicating well now as it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Hala.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members. This is Hala Al-Shawani. I'm a longtime resident of Mountain View, and I wanted to add my voice to the folks that had concerns about the 590 Castro Street proposal. I think I've mentioned that many times before. Any project really that takes place on Castro Street in downtown is really something that all the residents should know about and should be able to give input on. Downtown Castro Street belongs to all the residents, and ensuring that new development projects are vetted through to serve the community well is really essential for the public good. And I also wanted to mention that I actually attended the development review meeting for this project a few months ago, back in October. I don't have very strong confidence in the retail office mixed use, because I hear that it's the same developer that's doing this project, did the Wells Fargo building across the street, the new one. And as you know, that project really does not have, except for the bank, it does not have really multiple retail spaces offered to the public. It's essentially a dead zone. And I'm really worried about the same thing happening at the 590 Castro Street development. In addition, I am very, very really concerned about all the removal of the heritage trees in all these developments. For the 590 Castro Street, 9 heritage trees are asked to be removed, especially 3 very mature redwood trees that are adjacent to Pioneer Park. And as you know, Pioneer Park is our historic, wonderful downtown park. These 3 redwoods represent an extension of the green canopy of the park. So I would object strongly to that removal. But again, I think it needs to be opened up to the public for more input. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sayo Nomura.
Yes, thank you. My name is Sayo Nomura, and I live on Cypress Point Drive, just across the street from 555 West Middlefield apartment. And then I'm supporting here for Christine and other friends living there. My concern is that I heard that when Avalon is demolishing the units on the apartment 555 West Middlefield, there is no notice to the residents nearby. And then my friends living there had to run to close their windows because the dust was blowing to the balcony. They had to close windows and then stay inside all day. That is really hard. And then I wish they could give notice to the residents in advance so the residents can plan ahead. And my another concern is about the large number of additional residents at the end of Cypress Point Drive. And there seems to be a difference between what we hear from Avalon and what we see happening at the apartments. So I wonder if there has been any studies around the traffic impact on the dead-end street too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Wei E.
Hi, my name is Wei. I am a volunteer for the United Effort Organization. We're a very small volunteer group providing case management services to people in need, including many people experiencing homelessness. There was a person addressing the Home Key project at Leghorn in Mountain View. I am very familiar with that program, and I have referred many clients, and then we to that program. I think the fundamental issue is the lack of sufficient number of affordable housing. Because this problem, so many people are sleeping on the streets, sleeping in their cars. The solution, I think, is for the city, for the county to support build more affordable housing. In the meantime, Project Home Key provides a short-term solution. It's not perfect solution, it's not permanent solution, but it does provide some help to homeless people, so they can get stable housing to go to work, to go to school, to move on with their lives. So I hope that just because some people experience some problem there does not mean this project is not good project. It does not mean we should stop supporting Home Key projects like Home Key. That's what I would say, that please do not, just because you experience some issues, some people experience issues, does not mean Project Home Key is not good project. We should continue to support projects like Home Key. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kayla Hardy.
At 555 West Middlefield Road. And I have also been concerned about the hallway renovations that are happening. My hallway has not been renovated next, but is scheduled to happen very soon, in a few weeks. I wouldn't have known about it unless I had heard from others that they got very little notice from other buildings. I am concerned. I just wish they would give us more heads up, not like 5 days notice or less, like give us real heads up that construction was going to happen. And also to be clear that there's asbestos involved. I emailed them about the construction and they did not tell me it was asbestos until I asked specifically, and then they said yes. And they're not clear on the timelines either. They said it was going to be 1 day of asbestos work, but in reality, it's 2 days for the whole hallway. And it's going to be 2 weeks of construction for the hallway. They don't specify these timelines, even though they know them in advance. I just wish they would be more transparent, especially with asbestos. Another thing is they're renovating units, not hallways, but units, and they don't give us heads up that they're doing that either when there is asbestos involved. A few weeks ago, there was plastic outside a door across the hall from me, and I wasn't sure if it was asbestos or not. They are supposed to put warnings, but I don't know. I'm just concerned. I just wish they would be more transparent. That's all. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lisa Au.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I did not mean to raise my hand. I'm pressing the wrong button. Sorry about that.
Seeing no additional speakers, we will proceed to item 6.1, fiscal year 2021 to 22 mid-year budget status report and adjustments. This item was continued from the council's February 8th meeting. City Manager McCarthy and Finance and Administrative Services Director Jesse Takahashi will present the item.
Thank you, Mayor Ramirez and council members. I believe that our Administrative Services Director Jesse Takahashi is going to be driving the presentation, so I would just ask for him to pull it up. And while he does, I'll just give a brief overview before I turn it over to him to discuss the details with council. And the last time that we appeared before council was on November the 16th. And this was the first quarter update where we appeared on track. And at that point, we really didn't have all the impacts from the Omicron variant yet. So there was still some uncertainty in where our economy would be at and what our revenues would look like. Well, since November 16th, we all know that we have still had positive tests that have increased, but now they are trending downward. So the pandemic has been continuing a bit longer than we all expected. But as we all know, the governor has recently announced as of last week his smarter plan to where we are now going to move into treating this as an endemic and moving forward. We also know that more people are getting vaccinated and boosted. Most of the shelter-in-place restrictions have lifted. And so essentially what all that means to us in Mountain View is that our revenues, although not recovering completely, our revenues are on solid ground and the economy continues to recover. So at this point, Jesse, I think I just described the first slide. I will go ahead and turn it over to you for the rest of the presentation.
Yes, thank you. Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
You can hear me. Okay, great. Just 1 minute here. So we're going to go ahead and cut to the chase here in our first slide. As you can see here in the general operating fund, we have at the halfway point of the year, the general operating fund is currently estimated with an ending balance of about $7.7 million. And this is due primarily to higher than anticipated revenues and expected improved budget savings. As I mentioned, most of the improvement came from higher projected revenues that can be seen from this chart here. The purple bar on the right represents the mid-year estimate. The green middle bar is the adopted budget, and the blue bar represents the fiscal 21 actuals. In all categories, the current estimated amounts are projected higher than the adopted budget. I just want to mention a few of our major revenues here. Property taxes continue to be one of our strongest revenues and is estimated to be $2.8 million higher than budget. Sales tax is estimated to be a little over $3 million higher than budget, primarily due to strong sales from autos, general consumer goods, and a quicker than expected rebound from restaurants as the economy continues to recover. And with other local taxes, we're expecting $1.5 million higher than budget, and that includes TOT, which has done better than expected thus far, but is still less than half of what its historical level was. So we're still pretty far down in that respect. On the expenditure side, at the mid-year, salaries and benefit expenditures are estimated to be $5.2 million below budget. And this is primarily the result of vacant positions and personnel turnover during the first half of the fiscal year. Services and supplies expenditures are estimated to be just under $800,000 below adopted budget. And that's it for the general operating fund. Now moving on to our other major funds, these include development services, Shoreline Golf and Michael's Restaurant, and the Shoreline Community. Revenues for the development services and golf funds are running slightly below budget. However, expenditures are also trending below, leaving a net positive change for the mid-year. The Shoreline Community revenues, consisting primarily of property taxes, are projected to be higher than budget, while operating expenditures are slightly below. It should be noted that a 2021 sea level rise study update was completed and presented to City Council in June of 2021. The current cost estimate for identified sea level rise projects at the time is $122 million. Staff is in the process of developing a feasibility study in order to prioritize the projects for funding, scheduling, and implementation, and it's anticipated additional reserves will be needed to provide for increased mitigation over what was recommended by the initial study. On to our utility funds. The utility funds are made up of water, wastewater, and solid waste. In the water fund, operating revenues are estimated to be lower than budget due to water usage trending approximately 10% lower as a result of the conservation efforts that are ongoing due to the drought. However, operating expenditures are also estimated to be below budget, primarily as a result of the San Francisco PUC waiving the minimum water purchase requirement this year because of the drought conservation mandates. In the wastewater fund, operating revenues are estimated to be higher than budget, and estimated expenditures are also trending below budget. And lastly, in the solid waste fund, operating revenues are estimated to be essentially on track while expenditures are trending below budget. So this next slide is a summary of our strategic roadmap action plan, 6-month significant accomplishments. As you know, the council adopted a strategic plan in June, and we are just providing this update on the first 6 months. 2 out of the 43 projects are completed and 31 are underway, which together account for over 75% of the projects. And this slide here notes the significant accomplishments thus far in each of the council's 7 strategic priority categories. As far as recommendations for the mid-year, we have appropriations for increased janitorial costs that are due to increased vendor rates that were just implemented in January. There are several new positions that are being requested, including 4 in Public Works, 1 in Finance and Administrative Services, and 1 in Community Development. First, the engineer positions and executive assistant in Public Works were recommended by a study that was recently completed by Matrix Consulting Group as a way to improve the development review process and improve public service and capabilities. These would convert existing engineer positions from limited period to ongoing and approve a new executive assistant to provide much needed administrative support. The payroll accountant is needed to ensure continuity of payroll as well as handling an increased workload. And the analyst 1-2 is needed to implement and administer the newly adopted mobile home rent stabilization ordinance that the council passed recently. And additionally, funds are needed for this ordinance implementation. So here, $107,000 is needed related to one-time startup costs that include software development, legal services, consultants, initial training for the Rental Housing Committee and their staff. The cost represents about 8 months worth of operating costs incurred during this fiscal year. In addition, a loan from the general non-operating fund of $292,000 is being requested to provide for ongoing staff costs that will eventually be repaid from mobile home park owner fees once they are collected. And then there was an additional $20,000 related to a new accounting standard that needs to be implemented, as well as an amendment to the classification and salary plan. Looking forward to the general operating fund forecast for next year, fiscal 22-23. The forecast here projects total general operating fund revenues of $161 $0.1 million and baseline expenditures of $157.7 million, which would leave a ending balance of about $1.9 million. Notably, the forecast includes additional position requests discussed in the recommended mid-year adjustment section of the report. However, at this time, the forecast does not include any fiscal 23 ongoing budget requests from departments, as those are being currently evaluated as part of the budget development process. And just like to note that the full 5-year forecast will be presented as part of the 23 recommended budget that comes before you in June. As far as just some of the assumptions in the forecast, we had some broad assumptions such as maximum property tax base increase of 2%, fewer restriction due to the pandemic, and continued improvement in most of our revenues. That said, there are still very many variables that are still in play that make it still challenging to determine how the pandemic is going to play out and how the local economy will ultimately be affected as a result. And then looking ahead, as far as next steps, we have some significant milestones shown here. In April, we have CIP study session, the capital improvement plan session, and another budget update that will be coming to you in April. Public hearings for the recommended budget, as well as utility rates, and the budget and CIP adoption will then be coming forward in June. And that concludes staff's presentations. The last couple of slides are really just the recommendations from the staff report, and staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. So we'll first take questions from the council and then move to public comment. Are there any questions from the council? Vice Mayor Hicks.
So thank you, Mr. Takahashi. Thank you for the clear and positive report. My question is not so much about the numbers, but I was surprised to see that the work plan, we usually check and tweak the work plan and projects in February, and I was surprised to see that was embedded in the mid-year budget report rather than a separate item. So I'm just wondering from staff if this would be a good time to make any comments about tweaking items in the work plan, not just about the budget during this agenda item.
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. So the mid-year update to whether we call it the work plan or the strategic roadmap has typically come at the 6-month mark. So council just adopted the work plan just with this past budget adoption. So you certainly can discuss any of the projects and make any tweaks, or we can answer any questions that you may have. But typically it has been used as an update to council on just the status of the projects that have been adopted. But again, we can certainly discuss any of those projects or make tweaks. I'm happy to answer any questions about that.
Okay, let me make sure I understood you. Are you saying there's going to be a time later in the year when we explicitly look at items on the work plan, or did I misunderstand you now? Are you saying now is the time to do that?
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. So actually, you can talk about it now. Today would be the time to discuss that. So we are not planning on bringing another item to council about this. However, we will include another update in the June recommended budget. And I also just realized I'm calling you Councilmember Hicks and not Vice Mayor Hicks. So apologies for that. But now would be the time to discuss that.
Okay, so now, and then we get another swing at it in 6 months is what I'm hearing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? Did have one, and that's the payment of the startup costs for the mobile home rent stabilization ordinance is proposed to be a loan. But if it were not a loan, if the city were to take on a portion of that cost, does that mean that it would provide some relief to mobile home park owners. Would their fees go down correspondingly?
Mayor Ramirez, yes, in a nutshell, that is accurate.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question on item 7.4 on the work plan about city workspace. I don't know if I'm looking in the right spot, but I was wondering if that would include applying we have the sustainability committee urging private businesses to engage in telecommuting, and would this include this item coming back to us?
I'll go ahead and take that question if it's okay with the city manager. Don Cameron, Public Works Director. The basic scope of this item is to look at the fact that we have far more demands for space in City Hall for staffing needs than we can possibly accommodate. So we're looking and exploring what are the options we have to accommodate not only existing staff, but our growing staff needs, and definitely looking at the possibility of using more shared office cubicles, because we will have more staff potentially telecommuting up to 2 days a week. So that is something we'll look at and see how we can apply telecommuting along as one of our solutions to making the most efficient use of our space here at City Hall as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no additional questions, we will turn to the public. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? And just as a reminder, it's 6.1 fiscal year 2021 to 22 mid-year budget status report and adjustments, strategic roadmap action plan update, and fiscal year 2022 to 23 preliminary general operating fund forecast. If so, please click the raised hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. The timer will be displayed on the screen. Let's allocate 3 minutes for this item, and we'll begin with Juliana Pendleton.
Good evening, Mayor Ramirez and council members. My name is Juliana Pendleton, and I am the Environmental Advocacy Assistant for Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. We are encouraged that the City of Mountain View includes sustainability and climate resiliency as part of the city's 7 critical priorities for the Strategic Roadmap Action Plan, and that biodiversity is included as a priority for the city. We sent you a letter asking that as the city looks to update the Strategic Roadmap Action Plan along with the adoption of the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget in June 2022, you may add a project to reduce light pollution, promote dark sky preservation, and save energy. When I drive at night, I am often surprised by the amount of bright, cold light coming from buildings, parking lots, streetlights, and even homes and residences. More and more studies are finding the harmful effects of blue spectrum lighting, including declining insect populations, hormone disruptors, mental health deterioration, and sleep disturbances in humans, negative effects on migrating bird populations and on pollinators, and the decline of our natural dark sky, which is also leading to an inability to study the stars and galaxy. While LED technology has been instrumental for light efficiency and reducing lighting costs, it has also led to a greater amount of light in places that used to have minimal lighting and/or warm lighting. Cities, states, and even countries, however, are taking a stand against light pollution. Just last year, Cupertino passed a bird safety and dark sky ordinance. Salt Lake City just passed a dark sky-friendly street lighting master plan. And Mountain View could be the next city to help protect our dark skies. We hope the City of Mountain View prioritizes regulation of lighting for private and/or public property to 1, remove minimum lighting requirements for private and public properties and development. 2, utilize lighting zones to set maximum permissible correlated color temperature. 3, require dimming and/or timers and motion sensors as part of the lighting control systems for all fixtures. And 4, follow the International Dark Sky Association resolution for additional outdoor lighting guidelines. We hope this priority can be added to the Strategic Roadmap Action Plan update, as it would align with city goals to prioritize livability and quality of life and sustainability and climate resilience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tim McKenzie.
Greetings, counselors. Tim McKenzie, resident of the Montaloma neighborhood. Seems like we always have staffing needs. Staff time is the highest priority for being able to accomplish many of the projects that we want to do. And I recall last year an open position from the police department. Instead of hiring a police officer, the decision was made to hire another city staffer. And given the number of projects that we really want to take on, I would love to see something like that happen again in subsequent years, and that we can allocate our limited city resources in ways that are most effective to do the things that we want and need for our city. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alex Brown.
Hey, Al. Budgeting is the best, right? I'm here as a resident of a mobile home Mountain View and a beneficiary of the MHRSO. I really appreciate the city allocating the funds to get the MHRSO started on a good foot. I've been lucky enough to see the great work that the RHC staff have done, both before and during the pandemic, and I'm very excited to see what they can accomplish with more hands and appropriate funding. I would like to note that even with the $292,000 loan, assuming it had to be paid off in the first year, that only results in a per unit fee of around $21 a month, which is 1% of the rent for homeowners who recently moved in Santiago Villa. So not huge. I'm also very much in favor of making our nights dark again. One of the Microsoft buildings by the Stevens Creek Trailhead at La Avenida is blindingly bright at night, and I'd love to be able to see the stars again. Thanks.
Thank you. I will now bring the item back to council for deliberation and action, and note that a motion to approve the recommendations should also include reading the title of the resolution attached to the report. First, City Manager McCarthy, did you want to address an earlier item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to make sure that I can clarify the timing of when the roadmap, which we also call the work plan, when that is coming back to council. So it will come back to you all in June of this year as part of the recommended budget. And then you all will review it again at the 1 year mark after adoption, which would be next February. Actually, sorry, the 1 year after this month. So next February of 23. So if that makes sense. So you adopted them just this past June. Then this is now your mid-year check-in, February. You'll get to look at them again in June of this year, and then next February of 23.
So if I may ask a question just to clarify, is the addition of new items to the strategic roadmap within the scope of this item?
It is.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. My question was similar to that. I guess I thought that next year we would be doing our next 2 year cycle of council goals. So, there are several items, including the ones that were brought up during public comment, and just trying to figure out the timing of that. My inclination was to just finish out this year and this year's list, and then when we have the new council, I guess the new 2 year cycle next year, we can create a new list. Is that not the case? Like, should we be looking at adding items tonight?
Councilmember Abikoga, that is accurate. So next February, we would do the check-in of how the last work plan went. So you will know what's been accomplished, if there's things that are still in progress that you all want to continue into the next work plan. So this was a 2 year cycle that you adopted. And so as Mr. Takahashi mentioned, 75% of the items on your plan are underway right now. Attachment 3 to the council report gives a status update on all of those items. So if council is interested this evening in tweaking something or has questions about anything, this would be the time to bring it up. And if you all, like I said, want to add something, we'll need to look at that in the context of the work plan, and we can talk about that as those arise this evening.
So if we wanted to discuss, or let's say add the lighting policy into this work plan, we would have to talk about what to swap out. But if we wait till early next year when we do our next 2-year cycle, we could potentially just add it as a new item in our next work plan. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. And then you could also choose to continue any items that we haven't yet finished. I would note that the Community Development Department has a significant workload right now within all of these projects. We also have quite a number of vacancies, and I have discussed with staff just all of the implications of these new items in addition to the current items, in addition to still recovering from COVID. And we simply don't have the bandwidth to do that now, but that doesn't mean that you all can't add it next February and have it be on that next work plan list. But if you wanted to add it now, you would have to drop 1 or 2 items that are on your current work plan that have not yet started, or you would have to halt items that have started.
So in light of that, are we just doing questions right now, Mayor, or are we making comments?
You can make comments now.
Oh, okay, thank you. So in light of that, and as my inclination has always been to try to just finish out as many projects as we have currently before adding more, and especially given our staff workload issues. I'm interested in the lighting policy. I know we're talking about gun safety later tonight, but there are some other gun safety items that I'm interested in. But I think I'll just plan on bringing that up next year when we start the new 2-year cycle, and hopefully by then some of these current projects will be cleared out and we'll have the capacity to add new ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
You know, I think when I was reading the packet, I was a little confused about the nomenclature of the strategic roadmap versus our work plan. You know, we used to just call it our work plan. And so then I was talking to some people today, and it came up that it really was our work plan. But with that in mind, I was looking at it in terms of looking at this list. What are the things that the city's doing in these categories that I know about, and are they all on this list? And there was one that definitely wasn't. And are there some things on there that I think, maybe we should remove at this time? And there was one thing I wanted to remove. So I'm just going to bring up both of those. One I was surprised wasn't on here was the project that we're doing with Palo Alto and Valley Water to build a salt removal facility. This is an ongoing project. Staff is doing it, but it seems to me like it's definitely in the sustainability and climate resilience category, and it's something we should be blowing our horn about. It's a big deal. So I was going to sort of suggest that we add that as 4.6 if that doesn't really bring up any more work for staff. That's one thing I wanted to comment on. And I was going to offer too, I wonder too, do other council members, have you thought of things that we're working on that really are in these categories and we're not blowing our horn about? We should be doing that. Then the other thing I thought about was 7.6, which is the TO the idea of bringing a TOT measure on putting that on the ballot in the fall. And I think given the COVID recovery and the heavy workload of our staff, perhaps this is not good timing. So I would suggest that we consider removing that. So those are the things I wanted to bring up. And I also, as Councilmember Abby Koga said, I'm interested in the light pollution issue. And when it's timely, we're able to work on that. I certainly would support doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. So I'm also interested in the dark skies ordinance. I was actually hoping there was a way to get it on the work plan sooner than this time next year. I was hoping staff could maybe come back and say, here's what would have to be removed or traded off for a while to do that. And maybe we get an update in June from staff on the implications of prioritizing that. That actually would be my preference rather than waiting until February of 2023 to prioritize it. It's kind of hard for me to tell really what departments. I feel like there's always more than meets the eye when it comes to these projects. And so I'd rather rely on staff telling us what are the implications than us guessing. I would be interested in removing the TOT. I expressed that concern in the past, but I would substitute it for refinancing the Shoreline bonds, as I've talked about before. Interest rates are starting to rise, and so it might not make sense to refinance the bonds at some point because it won't be an advantage to do that. So the sooner we do that, the better. And I was also thinking that I don't think now is the time to increase TOT, especially in light of the city's finances being better than we thought they were going to be, and the potentially slower recovery for our hospitality industry here in Mountain View. And let's see. Councilmember Showalter, you brought up an interesting topic that I've had a discussion about with the city manager, and that is what really goes on this list versus what doesn't go on this list. And, I think we've done different things over the years that I've been on council, but where do you say something goes on the list if it's a project that staff is working on that wasn't necessarily something council brought up as a project we want staff to work on? We could really fill up probably 20 pages of projects the staff is working on that are things that, we've prioritized and funded and we think are important, but they weren't necessarily part of the discussion we had when we talked about our goals and the projects to support those goals. So I don't know, I sort of have mixed feelings about what's on this list and what isn't. I think it's kind of hard for it to be a mixed list because, things that are prioritized by the council, special projects that we want staff to work on, I feel like it's easier for me to make trade-offs between those than it is something that staff is working on that wasn't mentioned as part of our work plan when we put it together. So I don't know, I have definitely mixed feelings about how we approach that. That doesn't mean we can't talk about the great things we're doing that are not on this work plan, and we absolutely should. Maybe there's just a different forum for that. I do have one request when it comes to the budget as opposed to the work plan, and that is I feel that it would be a good idea to take a look at establishing a reserve for the public safety building. And I know that in the past, the council has provided direction, I think that was before my time, that we would use the revenue stream from the Ameswell project to fund public safety building. But, given that it's going to be a while before we need that funding. To me, it seems like we should be planning for that and putting the money from Ameswell in a reserve, maybe not all of it, but at least some of it, so that we borrow less when it's time to build the new public safety building. And I don't know how that would fit into our financials. I'd be looking at city staff to analyze that, but I'd like to understand sort of the trade-offs we could make there. And maybe that's part of the June discussion, if other council members are willing to look at that, of establishing a reserve for the public safety building. Do we need to do a straw poll on that? Or a straw vote?
Councilmember Matichak, I would ask Mr. Takahashi to explain the reserve that we use now for the Ameswell project, and then that might provide some perspective for council on any potential straw vote.
Yes, thank you, Manager McCarthy. So with respect to the public safety building, you are correct. The council did decide, and that was effective around 2018 with the Ameswell development property, to essentially commit the revenues and the future revenues that would be generated from that, that project, that property, for funding the public safety admin building. Now, back at that time, the estimate was much smaller, and so the revenues would conceivably cover a good portion of the cost of that building. But in more recent years, as council knows, the cost of that and the options went up significantly, such that the cost of that new building now is going to require a significant amount more funding. And so right now, the Ameswell property initially was estimated to bring in about $3.5 million a year in revenue. And that money would be used to provide debt service for bonding against when the time came, which was expected to be around this time or maybe another year or so. And that was before the cost went up. So that money in the meantime was put into a reserve, a budget contingency reserve, which council approved and which we still have, has about $11.8 million in it currently. And it's funded from the rental income, as well as property tax and other revenue sources generated off that property. So this current year, there's about $2.1 million that is expected to be deposited in there. And so it's certainly within council's prerogative to, move and allocate and earmark funds and reserves as it wishes. So that $11.8 million is in the budget contingency reserve, which can be used for, currently a wide variety of things, as well as limited period funds for needed expenditures. And so that's where that dollar is now. You're right, interest rates have been rising or increasing. And so potentially the longer we put off, issuing that debt and moving forward, the cost of issuing long-term debt will now begin to increase. And so that is something that certainly needs to be taken into consideration. At the same time, setting aside this money specifically for the public safety admin building is a way to start building up reserve money, and that would then potentially reduce the amount of money needed to issue debt later. So it is kind of a trade-off, and it really, what council feels is in the best interest overall, and it really, I think, can be argued either way. But certainly if you want to earmark more money now for that particular purpose, that would just reduce any future debt that may be needed.
So I'm interested in doing that. And I think, I'd leave it up to staff to come back to us with the next budget update to say what's a reasonable approach to this, how much, if others are interested in doing that. Do we do it by a show of hands?
So just to clarify, so we're asking staff to come back with information about this approach. We're not necessarily providing direction to change the status quo right now. Is that
right? Right. So when we look at the budget for, I mean, I'm assuming we would start this in the next fiscal year. And so I would look to staff to come back with, well, here's one approach we could do starting next year when we talk about next year's budget, as opposed to tonight that we're not really focused on next year's budget.
Yeah, and we certainly could come back to staff with that kind of a recommendation when we come back in June with the recommended budget.
City Manager McCarthy, would you like a straw vote, or is that information you can return?
Sure, I think, yeah, straw poll would be great.
Okay, so this is merely to request some additional information from staff when we begin the budget process in a few months. So let's raise hands if you're interested in directing staff. So I'm counting 4 votes, 5 votes, 6. Okay, so a strong majority. So staff will provide some additional information down the road. Anything else, Councilmember Matichak?
Just one quick one. I'm sorry, I forgot to ask this earlier. The community workforce agreement, I know that hasn't been started yet. Is that still on track to issue the RFP for Q2?
Thank you, Councilmember Matichak. I'm going to ask our Public Works Director, Don Cameron, to provide an update about the status of that project.
We are going to try to do so by the end of Q2, but we are also experiencing staffing shortages. And until those positions get filled, I may not have the staffing capacity to do it in Q2. We may end up having to issue the RFP in Q3.
Okay. I know we've had that one on the list for a while, so obviously we're hoping to get to that sooner rather than later. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
So I'm basically agreeing with a lot of the comments that council members have made about work plan items. I would, so I agree with people who are saying I'd like a lighting ordinance of at some time whenever that can best fit in. And also to take off the TOT tax and add refinancing Shoreline. Seems maybe like doing the TOT tax later would be better timing. In addition, I'm also thinking there may be some work plan items that come out of our work on the housing element. I have talked to people about some of the discussion that the EPC had around housing element, sites that would be put on, and maybe some either working around precise plans, or maybe I'll just say more precise planning around some of those sites that might be put on, such as village centers and outdated shopping districts that might be put on as sites. So I'm thinking this is, because we haven't had those discussions, this is not the time to put those work plan items on. Maybe in the 6-month check-in would be the time, but I want to make sure that we're able to handle those items. And one that comes to mind for me that may come out of that is one we've been talking about, which is the Moffett Precise Plan. I think that that's something that may not be able to continually put off, or else we get into the kinds of discussions we did around 555, where people feel that what's being developed doesn't really fit into the community well. I'm thinking that we can't put some of this kind of precise planning off too long, or we get developments that are time consuming and don't really serve the neighborhood as well as they otherwise could. But maybe the 6-month point after we've had the housing element discussion is the time to do that. At the same time, I think at this point we can take off Shenandoah or Lillet, you know, in the extreme future, if we just want to keep it on there. So in that way, we are taking off something in the, you know, under the community development heading. So those are my comments about that. I mean, ideally, I would add the Moffett precise plan as soon as possible. I guess I would at least like to have it on the list, visible on the list, and fit it in as soon as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to follow on Councilmember Matichak's comments about the importance of moving along the item 1.4, the community workforce agreement. I think it's been really kind of a long time coming, and I hear staff saying that staffing shortage to put together what we need to do to get the consultant on board. But if there's anything that we can do to put an emphasis there, I know that a number of members of the labor community have come forward at certain points and hoping to understand where it's at and what's happening to it. And so I just wanted to put my support into moving it forward if we possibly can in a noticeable way, because it's something that I think would really help the community and the folks that are trying to stay here in the Bay Area.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up a little bit with what Vice Mayor Hicks was saying about work that may come up as an outgrowth of the housing element. And I was wondering, do we want to have a placeholder on this list, or is just talking about it now enough to effectively get that? And that would be a similar comment for I think the moving forward with the revenue issues related to the Ameswell Hotel and the public safety building. I mean, is there a mechanism that we need to follow to do that, or is just discussion sufficient?
Thank you, Councilmember Showalter. So we do have the housing element as one of the work plan or strategic roadmap, same thing. We have it as one of the items. It's number 2.8. So we'll be working on that throughout the course of this calendar year, and we're required pursuant to the state to have that adopted by December of this year. So you all will be taking a stab at your next work plan or strategic roadmap in February of 23. So whatever comes out of this housing element process, which does take precedent over everything, you can certainly consider any, precise plans or any sort of, projects that may come out of the housing element once that's adopted this December, and then you're able to start talking about the roadmap in February. I also wanted to note that council did place consideration of the Moffett Boulevard precise plan as number 5.6 in the work plan. So that is slated to begin in Q1 of 23 also, after the housing element ends. So you all certainly can consider whatever comes out of the housing element. And I think it does have a nice timing fit with consideration of your next 2-year cycle in February, next February.
Thank you. Anything else, Councilmember Showalter?
Well, not really. I mean, I guess I just want to say that the housing element from a planning point of view is really a huge deal. I mean, we all know that. And so it would be odd if things didn't come out of it that we need to work on. I mean, we can expect that to happen. So that's why, when I looked at this, continue work on the housing element. I wasn't sure what was behind that. It was just such a generic statement. So my personal feeling is there will be work that comes out of the housing element. There always is. And that's just part of the process. So we'll look forward to that then.
Thank you. Assistant City Manager Shrivastava, do you want to speak to this?
Thank you. Just a short note to supplement what City Manager Kimbra McCarthy has said, and that is, so the timeline of this particular strategic plan included the development of the housing element. Whatever comes out of the housing element as implementation items can then be incorporated into the next strategic plan the council adopts. I would like to note that, as usual, there are state mandates around some of these, including rezonings, and they would take precedence over any other project that community development is working on, because there is a state mandated timeline. And we'll let you know as we work through this, and you will know by the time we adopt the housing element what those will be.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, this is not a study session, so a motion will be necessary at some point to approve the staff recommendations or any modifications. And I would recommend including within the motion, if there are suggestions for modifications to the strategic roadmap. Probably the best way to approach it, and I'll defer to staff on this, but I feel like we don't have enough information right now to make specific adjustments to take out one item and put in a new item, because they may not actually be, they might require different staffing or resource implications. So if staff is amenable, probably the best way to approach it would be to direct staff to come back with some information about what an appropriate trade-off may be. Any other questions or comments?
Mayor, may I?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So I do need clarity on one item that I heard, just because of the timing implications of it. I think your suggestion to have staff come back, we can certainly wrap that up with the next update that'll come to you with the recommended budget in June. But I'm hearing some interest in the TOT. I've heard it from a few council members. So I do need to know that prior to June, where council wants to head, just because of the timing of any potential revenue measure. We would need to move on that well before June. So I do need direction from council as to what the majority wants to do with that item.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
So it's time for a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I move that we amend the work plan as discussed to remove the TOT, to add the lighting ordinance when it's possible, and to direct staff to work on the refinance of the, is it the Shoreline bonds? And other than that, the staff resolution. And I think that I have to read, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View, authorizing the city manager or designee to amend the classification and salary plan for regular employees for fiscal year 2021-22 to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you. So that's a motion to approve the staff recommendation with the modification to replace the TOT work plan item with the Shoreline refinancing, and then to return, for staff to return to council with information about if we wanted to add in a new item, which is the lighting ordinance, what trade-offs may have to be made. Is that a fair summary of the motion?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamei.
Thank you. I'm happy to second the motion, and just wanted to add The only other thing I want to add is my support to hopefully, fingers crossed, being able to stay on track with our community workforce agreement coming back in Q2. I know that a couple people mentioned that, so I just wanted to add my support to that as well. Thank you.
Very much. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. I was wondering if we also need to include, even though we raised our hands over this, taking a look at doing the public safety building reserve options. Should that be part of the motion?
We can include it. I feel like we've already provided that direction.
I feel like we have to, but I want to be entirely clear. So I'm asking, does it need to be part of the motion, or is what we did sufficient? Let's just put it as part of the motion.
If you include it in the motion, then it'll be even clearer.
Yeah. So, Councilmember Showalter, would you include in the motion?
Yes, in fact, I thought I had. Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
And Councilmember Kamei, as a seconder, are you comfortable with that? Thank you. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess just a comment on the TOT tax measure. I probably won't vote no just because of that item, but I guess I wanted to make one last ditch effort to try to convince my colleagues to move forward with that, because as much as I appreciate the Shoreline bond refinancing item, but to remind folks that goes to the Shoreline fund, and the TOT tax would come to our general fund. And I guess I was even thinking about the police building. I believe if whatever revenue generated from a TOT tax could potentially go to funding that project, or the item that initially brought this to mind was all of our sustainability projects that we have in queue. And I guess I wanted to ask the city manager, if we do delay going out for a TOT for 2 more years, what will that do to our ability to fund sustainability, our ambitious sustainability action plan?
Thank you, Councilmember Abikoga. I may need some help from Mr. Takahashi here, but we have set aside funding to fund positions for at least, I believe, 3 years. And then for the ongoing funding, that is exactly what you're referring to, which is where the TOT would help supplement the ongoing funding. We do have enough funding to get us through. I would also add that there are a few of those positions that are vacant. Either we have been unable to fill them, or we have not yet gone out to recruit for them yet. We just now have filled the Chief Sustainability and Resilience Officer position. So as you know, that's been something that's in the works for a while. So I do believe we have enough funding for those sustainability positions that were identified back then. And if council chooses to instead do the TOT in 2 years, we would be able to at least get through in that time frame.
So we're funded through 2024?
Mr. Takahashi, will you clarify?
Yeah, so when the council approved the sustainability plan, I think that was, seems almost 3 years ago, 2-3 years ago, we did include is about $7.5 million. And we did set aside that money in capital project for providing that period of time. At that time, the plan was to look for and try to secure funding beyond that for ongoing. So, the good thing is, as you saw in the mid-year update, our projected revenues now that we're coming out of the pandemic look a little bit better. And we believe, unfortunately, because it's been difficult to hire people right away, that it has been taking time, and that we believe we can, over the period of time, kind of ease into funding those positions as at this point, the near-term forecast, and we're expecting the further out 5-year forecast will show that we will be able to build in and accommodate at least most of those needs.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I was really struck in the report how low the amount was that we were getting from the TOT. And I think part of that is just the pandemic and the local economics and how little hotel rooms are going for right now. But part of it is also the fact that we have the lowest TOT around. So I'm interested in seeing what kind of timing matches up. I don't think that this next election is a particularly good time to go out for a TOT. And my own reading of things is that we've kind of missed the refi window on the bonds. And, I'd be interested if there isn't information tonight on getting that back, and maybe thinking if we have missed the window, how do we create a trigger for the future where amidst the many things that we're understaffed on doing, that if we get in this situation again where there's the potential of a refi, that we can pull the trigger more quickly and be able to go for that. But I think that staff would be the best judges of that, and maybe some information from them going forward on what kind of timing is best.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Lear, if I can respond to that. So actually, despite the beginning of interest rates starting to increase, there's still a pretty significant amount of savings to be had from doing a refunding. And so we anticipate, even where we are in today's current environment, that we could still realize over $6 million in net present value savings over the remaining life, which is about, let's see, that the bonds mature around 2041. So that's about, 19 years out. So there's still a pretty significant amount of savings. And, the rates aren't going to just, rocket up right away. It will be increased over, the period of the next year. Our bonds did become fully callable just this past August. And so, that was about the time, I think, when we were the question came up, should we be refunding? So that was sort of a coincidentally good time to do that. Staff does monitor sort of the interest rate cycle. Rates have been low for a number of years now, as you know, and just recently and now starting to go up. And so we do try to keep on top of that as much as we can for the future. But I would say this is still a good time because now we can go ahead and move forward. We think we could probably start it into the second quarter. So that would be probably in the next 2 to 3 months. It would probably take 3 to 4 months, depending upon number of variables to close. But I think we can still catch a very significant amount of realized savings for the Shoreline community.
Well, Mayor, given that information, I'd like to maybe put the emphasis on the refi of the bonds. Given that this isn't the greatest election ever to have TOT out there on the ballot. I think that even though we might be limited in the uses of the money, it just really increases confidence of the public that we're making every effort to get them the best deal possible, to keep money in our pockets. And I think that's always a good thing.
Thank you. And just to make sure everyone's on the same page, the motion on the floor does include that modification to the work plan. Any other questions or comments? Not. City Clerk, would you end the roll call vote?
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matacek?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Just to clarify, Councilmember Abe-Koga, yes? Aye. Okay. The amended motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now move to item 7.1, Guaranteed Basic Income Pilot Program, Spanish translation services are available for this item. We will now hear from our interpreter.
Vamos a seguir con el artículo 7.1, el programa piloto de renta básica garantizada. Los servicios de interpretación al español están disponibles para este artículo. Gracias.
Thank you. Assistant to the City Manager, Economic Vitality Manager John Lang and Management Analyst Harsha Ramchandani will present the item.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Kimberly Thomas, Assistant to the City Manager, along with the GBI staff team of John Lang, our Economic Vitality Manager, and Harsha Ramchandani, the Management Analyst in the City Manager's Office. We are pleased to be here with you this evening to provide you with the final recommendations for the city's Guaranteed Basic Income Pilot Program, which is now named Elevate MV. The purpose of this report is for the City Council to adopt the Guaranteed Basic Income Pilot Program. This report includes updates and incorporates feedback from the time the Council considered this in study session on September 28th of 2021. We'll provide a very brief background, the pilot program overall design, research areas, benefits of the research component, as well as the refined recommendations associated with implementation actors, budget, and term, in addition to some other updates. You'll see a pretty detailed timeline on this screen and next. This is provided purely for your reference, but to note a number of actions that have occurred since the concept of GBI was undertaken. In June of 2021, the City Council appropriated $1 million for a GBI pilot in the fiscal year current. Before this action, on May 25th of 2021, the City Council adopted a resolution committing support for the principles of a basic income program and the development of a cash-based pilot for the City of Mountain View. At the September study session, the City Council indicated support for staff's recommendations for the goals, design, and anticipated outcomes for the GBI pilot program, as well as to fund a modest benefits conservation fund, the research, design, and evaluation component, which is an essential factor in waiver ability, and to look at philanthropic and corporate sponsors to offset some of the research or other program extension costs. Members of the Council also indicated an interest in other areas, such as follow-up on the state's pending GBI program and grants, as well as liaisoning and engaging with the County Human Services Division and other programs for connections and knowledge sharing. The focus of the team's work since September has been on preparation for this council item with some of the key following areas: finalizing the pilot design, working on the enrollment and benefits components, obtaining feedback from internal staff and external community groups, establishing the program identity and brand, and establishing the final contract parameters and costs to make these final recommendations to the council. The high points of the project timeline, again, are summarized on this screen and next, this screen. The timeline significantly has been updated to include the additional time necessary for preparation for the return to council, for the project partners to recruit and hire staff, as that is an integral need and a challenging area at this time, for project partners to recruit and hire the staff members and offer proper training to support the implementation of the project. In addition to conducting extensive outreach before the program launches, as there is a brief time frame for an application window, and to onboard and verify the program participants that are randomized. Importantly, for the pilot program, the actions prior to giving cash payments are some of the most staff intense, and you'll see that reflected in the timeline. In particular, a robust, widespread, and accessible messaging campaign well in advance of the application window is vital and essential. Doing so allows eligible members of our extremely low-income community to make plans to apply, and for the staff team to provide appropriate support to ensure there is accessibility to the application for the community. The research window has also been extended to reflect the evaluation process that occurs for up to 18 months after the pilot stops cash payments. This gives you a sense of a prospective timeline if the project were to be extended into a second year. These timelines are subject to change. The entire committee group and working group are committed to the success of this project. And we'll be talking more about the partners that will be involved in the execution of the pilot. Next screen, Harsha. Shown on the next two screens is an overview of the program as shown and as discussed at the study session. Staff recommends that the council adopt the pilot program named Elevate MV for an initial 12-month term with an option for a 12-month extension. A second year would be considered as a part of the 22-23 budgetary process. The core program criteria are summarized on this screen and the next, but what is important to highlight are the three core criteria in the first box shown on the screen, which is for current residents of Mountain View that maintain that residency, earning at or below 30% of AMI, are extremely low income or ELI community, and very importantly, having a child or custodial caregiving for a child under the age of 18 at the time of application. Next slide, Harsha. The anticipated outcomes of the project that will include a randomized controlled trial survey conducted by the recommended partner, the Center for Guaranteed Income Research at the University of Pennsylvania, will endeavor to understand the effects of providing an unconditional guaranteed income of $500 per month. The core survey includes key measures to see the impact of these regular cash payments. There's a lot of information that's out there on some early studies that are coming out of the child care tax credit that is showing significant alleviation of poverty for these first 6 months of the Biden child care tax credit. That was just a little less than $300 a month for 6 months. So already data is being shared on that major federal venture. To discuss this and other issues further, I'd like to hand the presentation to John Lang, Economic Vitality Manager, to discuss more about the research design and anticipated outcomes of the pilot. John?
Thank you, Kimberly. Good evening, Council and Mayor. The chart shown on screen represents the roles that each one of our partners will play in implementing the Elevate MV pilot program, along with the client data flow. The dark blue squares represent University of Pennsylvania Center for Guaranteed Income Research, or CGIR for short, as our identified research partner. They will be responsible for the web-based application, core survey, randomization of pilot participants, survey follow-up and follow-through, both for a treatment and a control group as part of this study. While the program will serve 166 participants, as Kimberly outlined, the randomized control trial will survey 110 participants of the 166 as the treatment group, as well as 132 non-participants as the control. So these are the participants that applied to the program, but were not selected through the randomization process. The treatment and control groups will be surveyed every 6 months, beginning with the core survey at the time of application, concluding 6 months after the pilot has ended. In addition, in-depth interviews of 30 of the participants would be conducted by a research fellow. The yellow square represents the Community Services Agency, or CSA. CSA is going to be our program implementation partner with the support of the YMCA. They will be responsible for verifying eligibility of the 166 program applicants identified by CGIR. The green box represents our fiscal payment processor, known as Community Financial Resources, or CFR for short. CFR's role will be issuing the monthly payments to participants. CFR offers 2 payment solutions to support Mountain View's diverse population. Next slide, Harsha. A sampling of the core survey topics at the time of application will include questions on stress and coping, household food security, job status, mental health, income volatility, and hope and mattering. The core survey, as it was designed by CGIR, has been reviewed by an institutional review board to ensure compliance with ethical research standards. In addition to the core survey that's being proposed, the City of Mountain View has the opportunity to add supplemental research screens to better understand our community. The city is proposing 2 supplemental research screens for additional data collection, addressing the topics of the digital divide and housing stability. These topics were chosen because of their alignment with the Mountain View Strategic Roadmap Action Plan, as well as allow us to capture additional information that we don't get through normal census tracking. CGIR will be providing a final report of all findings from the Elevate MV pilot 12 months after the final collection round, which occurs 6 months after the final disbursement. The City of Mountain View will also be provided an online dashboard allowing demographic and anonymized spending data of program participants. Next slide, Harsh. Having a research element as part of the city's pilot program offers several benefits. One, it creates the opportunity to have waiver eligibility for certain county and state programs. Supplemental research areas also align with the city's strategic roadmap and give us a better insight into underserved residents' experiences. The survey model is being used across the nation, will enable comparisons and outcomes with the contextual lens of basic incomes, amount, populations served, et cetera. So we provide a unique opportunity from the Mountain View experience. And finally, the research partner is responsible for coordinating all the application data collection, randomization of participants, both in the treatment and control groups, and then surveying the participants every 6 months. I'd like to turn the presentation back over to Kimberly Thomas to complete our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, John. As shown on screen here and discussed at this study session with the Council in September, the complexity in establishing and operating a GBI program requires considerations that go above and beyond a typical financial assistance program, such as the emergency assistance that we've provided during COVID. Program implementation includes key partners to accomplish the various tasks of launching and running a successful pilot. Each of the partners that are shown on screen with associated costs, including CSA, Community Financial Resources, and the Center for Guaranteed Income Research, or CGIR, brings unique expertise and resources to ensure the success of the pilot. Each of the costs are shown here, and I will call out one key element in that the largest unfunded costs associated with this project are actually programmatic related and staffing related, the bulk of that being provided through the facilitation with CSA. And then the next largest amount is for the research component, which is with CGIR. An update from the staff report for your reference as well. We had noted we would provide information about CSA's board consideration of this item at their last week's board meeting on Thursday, and they did vote in approval on this project. And so later on in the session, perhaps Tom Myers with CSA might be speaking to that as well. Considerations of a second-year pilot will be incorporated into the budget process and based upon council direction and recommendation. Next slide, Harshit. There are 5 recommendations before the council tonight for the City Council to provide authorization for the unfunded budget, the contract authority, and program approval. Shown on screen here are items 1 through 2 for the adoption of the MB pilot, and shown on the next screen are items 3 through 5. Next slide, Harshit. Staff would like to thank the program partners that have assisted in the development of the pilot. This includes CSA, the YMCA, Community Financial Resources, Mayors for a Guaranteed Income Initiative, the CGR team, Stanford Basic Income Lab, that is also a thought partner, the Jane Family Institute, that is also a thought partner, for their ongoing feedback as we've been in development of this pilot. The city staff team as well, which includes finance, the city attorney's office, our communications team, our housing staff, our IT staff, for feedback on some of our research areas. In addition to the purchasing and risk staff for feedback on the costs and contracts associated with this project. In addition, it goes without saying, but we'd like to do a shout out to the community that also provided us feedback through the CBOs that our Human Services Division meets with monthly. We previewed some of the ideas associated with this project, as well as with the Solidarity Fund for the City of Mountain View. Their feedback has really been helpful. This concludes staff's report, and I'm happy to answer any questions along with John and Harsha. In addition, we also have partners joining us that are available for questions and can be brought over to the panel as needed. This includes the following: Tom Myers, Executive Director of the Community Services Agency. Brandy Jotamonte, she is the Director of Client Programs for the Community Services Agency. Cameron Burns, he is the Deputy Director for the Mayors for a Guaranteed Income. Dr. Catherine Sagat, she is the Research and Program Officer for Mayors for a Guaranteed Income Initiative. And sending her regrets is Erin Coltera. She is the Associate Director for the Center for Guaranteed Income at UPenn. Due to the Eastern Standard Time, she is unavailable to join us this evening. I thank you, and we are available for questions.
Thank you very much. Does any member of the council have any questions? There are no questions. We'll go to the public, and then we'll return for deliberation. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes, I have several questions. Maybe for people, one of them for people from Mayors for Guaranteed Income. I'm curious about where this goes over the long term. You know, how people are thinking about scaling up. And also, I asked a question. We ask council questions, and one of my prior to the council meeting, and one of my questions was how there was talk in the past about how this would allow the city to engage in the national discussion on this issue. And I'd like to know a little more about that. Some of the answers I got from staff is we would be advocating for basic income at the local, state, and national level. And so I'm particularly interested in that, whether you think basic income programs are better run at all levels or at a particular level, for example, at the city level, the state level, or the national level. That was a bunch of questions. If you don't remember all of them, I can come back to
I appreciate that. I was just gonna try to take some quick notes. So to offer some quick feedback, MGI's North Star, and most of our colleagues are aligned with the notion that the federal government has to step in and adopt a federal guaranteed income policy. The cities and the states, notably, I think New Mexico and obviously the state of California with a $35 million program, have stepped into kind of the gap to kind of lead the way in terms of this policy innovation, in addition to the Golden State Stimulus, which is a one-time cash program. But we don't think that cities should long-term adopt this. So we are using cities as kind of cities and states as the laboratories for democracy to then prove the case to the federal government for a federal guaranteed income policy. What that looks like, we don't know. That is why we have 30 plus pilots running under our purview with our partners at the Center for Guaranteed Income Research, so that when we do put forward a policy and briefing after briefing, that we're doing so in an informed way that does no harm. I know there were a few other questions, so let me know what I missed.
No, I think you kind of encompassed a lot in that answer. I guess one of the other questions was how we as a city could engage in that discussion, because that's one thing that came up the last time we talked.
Perfect. Yeah. And opportunities like the U.S. Conference of Mayors last year, we worked with them to adopt a resolution as part of their kind of 2020 presidential platform. They called on candidates to support a guaranteed income policy. The National League of Cities and a few other national organizations, Results for America, are kind of following in suit to use this as a best practice. So it's kind of, creating that buzz, moving forward the conversation in terms of the national identity of a guaranteed income. As you well know, a year or two ago, it was kind of unheard of that the U.S. government would hand cash over to its residents. That paradigm has very much shifted. So yeah, seeking formal opportunities with partners at the national scale, with folks in the state legislature, with Governor Newsom. All of that is going to move forward in the year 2022 and beyond. 2021 and this last quarter has been us launching a bunch of pilots in a bunch of cities like yours. So yeah, very much looking forward to the advocacy realm of work down the line once we have all the pilots launched.
And so maybe this is my last question. When I look at what I've read articles about advocates for GBI or UBI, they fall into several camps, but one of the camps is one I'm not particularly supportive of, and that's the camp that says that people are ashamed to receive subsidies for things like healthcare or housing. They prefer to receive cash, and it's kind of, I wouldn't say a libertarian perspective, but it's more that we should not be giving specific benefits. We should only be giving people cash, and we should be doing away with things like healthcare and SNAP and other benefit and childcare benefits, and just be giving out cash. I've read several articles like that. And often the proponents of this particular perspective don't frankly want to give out very much cash, probably less than you would be getting from other benefits. So I imagine that you've encountered that perspective because it's pretty easy to encounter. And I'm wondering how you're interacting with that with using UBI as a way to kind of peel away other benefits that now exist.
Right. Yes. And I'm probably not the best person to speak to the just multi-layered, big tent kind of movement that is moving forward in the cash space. MGI's perspective is very much cash is in addition to the current social safety net. If you saw, the federal government's response to the pandemic, it was predicated upon social security, unemployment insurance, which was innovated 85 years ago. So we know that the social safety net does not work as well as it should, has to be reinforced and strengthened. And we see cash as a component on top of, around, and supporting all of that. So when folks look to cash out the social safety net, that is not at all what we advocate for. I think 50 years ago in the federal government, actually supported by Milton Friedman and then President Nixon, there was a movement, that libertarian movement, to push forward the cashing out of the social safety net for, I think at the time, a $1,500 per month check for families, specifically families. And that was not passed because, of course, it was not enough, and families actually would lose ground. So yeah, long way of saying MGI does not support that view, but some folks certainly do.
And then I guess my last question is, I'm sorry, I said the last one was my last question, but this is my last question. Are people envisioning this, people getting this this benefit, this guaranteed income as a 1 year thing for one, if I were to get it for one, would I get it for 1 year? If we continue it, would I get it for 2 years, or would that be a new person who would get it? Or would it be ongoing, or is that to be determined?
Vice Mayor Hicks, that would be on the existing pool. So it would be the existing randomized participants would carry over for a second year. But again, we're communicating that it is a 1 year pilot at this time.
I see. And then after the 2 years, it would probably end, but that's to be determined, I guess.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question in sort of a similar vein. From what I've been able to glean from the news, we shouldn't expect the same kind of stimulus next year that we've received this year. And so are we prepared to have this be, the one boat that's going out is just this 12 months, pending if there was someone who came in and gave us complete funding for a second year, that would be great, but we're making it clear that this is a 1 year situation.
As staff responding to that, Kimberly Thomas, I assistant to the city manager. The response to that would be, we need to be clear about what our existing funding resources are. So we'll endeavor to do so. But should there be a threshold or additional philanthropic results from our outreach, that could be something that could be considered. I think it also may call the question again for the council of whether you would want to continue with the same existing component of individuals into a theoretical year 3, but that would be something we would need to look at.
Okay. And then the $200,000 to study what happens, I think in questions before council, there was a comment on how many different entities there are that are participating in the university research on that. So is everybody paying in $200,000 to the kitty overall for the research?
There are 32 at this time, and we responded to a council question with that. And there are a number, Cameron, that are getting some additional granting. And another majority like Los Angeles that are paying even more than the city of Mountain View.
Wow. So how much money is the university, how much can they really use and take in on this? Because it seems like that to me, and I know that when we've had discussion about this item before, there wasn't a lot of support from my viewpoint, that the 200,000 is relatively high compared to the amount of money that we're going to give out to needy people. So to hear that there's 32 other entities that are also going to help pay for the research, that really makes it seem like a disproportionate amount of money that's going to study whether or not cash helps people who are in need.
Well, I can't speak to each city and what they're currently paying. That would be a pen communication. But I think one thing Cameron might be able to shed some additional light on that we discussed in the study session was some of the costs that were associated with getting a GBI pilot of this nature that the current pilots underway are built upon, which was SEED out of Stockton, and how costly that venture was at that time.
Yeah, so to share the work that was undertaken by our partners at the Center for Guaranteed Income Research, the co-investigators of the Stockton demonstration, the research for that, the budget came in just under $2 million. We have since, understood the impact of certain components, whether it was text-based surveys, the, recurring nature of it, if it was each month, what actually worked really well in terms of the overall research design. And have since been able to scale that back. I think if I'm understanding your question here, each and every pilot has its own research cost associated with it. So no, Mountain View's budget is not associated with LA's, other than that, of course, through economies of scale, hiring research fellows, et cetera, all of those kind of cost savings are realized through their massive reach. So I hope that helps understanding that Mountain View's research costs are not covering any other city. It is directly only Mountain View's research costs.
Right. Yeah, I didn't have that assumption that we would cover anybody else's check, but I'm just wondering, if you take out the money that we're going to provide to CSA, which I think is really money well spent, and just looking at the cash grants, so we're going to use 212,403 up to that for the control project to analyze and evaluate what happened. But how does it relate to the total amount of money that's going to go to people of modest means? How much is going to go out the door in cash grants?
So the full $1 million will be utilized for the 166 participants over the course of a year.
So about 25% of that would be going. There would be like the 1 million, but an amount that equals about 25% of that would go separately to the University of Pennsylvania.
It is a separate request before the council. The 1 million is funded out of the current budget. The item before you today is to consider that unfunded provision for the programmatic elements as well as for the research components.
Okay. And do we have any information back from the university that they could do the work for less money so that we could devote more money to people of modest means?
We do not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? I did have one question that came out of the briefing provided to council members in advance of the meeting. My understanding is that the research would not merely contribute to some discourse around guaranteed basic income, but also would be used to or could result in material changes to city operations and policies. So staff would take what they've learned and make recommendations to the council to change things or come up with new programs in response to whatever we're learning from the community benefiting from the program. Is that right?
Yes, Mayor, that is correct. In terms of how we're currently serving the extremely low income residents, it's a lot of partner programs in conjunction with the county, but we are anticipating that there will be light shed on various aspects, including the details that John highlighted about their individual lives. An example could perhaps be in the space of digital divide, we may find out something that we didn't know before. Or even, for example, in communications, additional ways to reach individuals. So there can be a number of variables that we would be looking at that point. It's hard to know what they are at this time, but as it relates to the extremely low income population that we are serving here, our goal is to learn as much as we can through the research component of the GBI pilot.
Okay, thank you. Then let's turn to the public for input and then come back to council for deliberation. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raised hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. And let's go ahead and allocate 3 minutes. First speaker is Ray Bramson.
Good evening, once again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Ray Bramson, Chief Operating Officer, Destination Home. We're excited to see the City of Mountain View exploring a guaranteed basic income pilot, and we urge you to approve the Elevate NV program tonight. As you know, we have some of the highest rates of inequality in the country here in the Silicon Valley, and people can barely afford to pay the rent every month. They're one financial emergency away from ending up on the streets, and we know this lack of stability and long-term self-sufficiency plays a major role and leaves people teetering on the edge of losing their homes every day. We believe that guaranteed income can play an important role in addressing this challenge. We're particularly pleased to see that the Elevate MV proposed program prioritizes extremely low households who face the greatest rent burdens and risks of homelessness. We know that these types of programs of supplemental income can truly make a difference between homelessness and stable housing and long-term self-sufficiency. As I've said earlier, we're grateful for Mountain View's continued leadership in pursuing impactful solutions to our housing and homelessness crisis, and we urge you to move forward with this exciting pilot program and praise the excellent work of staff and the time and energy they've put forth to bring such an exciting initiative to the council. Have a good evening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tim McKenzie.
Hi, all. Minimum wage in Mountain View is $17.10. If you work a full-time job at 40 hours a week times 50 weeks a year, that comes out to $34,200 as a yearly salary. The limits for extremely low income in Santa Clara County are, for a single person, are $34,800. I'd love to believe that it's just clear enough that if we gave people who are working full time just enough, like even the barest amount to get above the extremely low income level, then it would make some things easier for them. But some people, I'm not speaking of anyone in the council, I'm talking more about in national dialogue. Some people just close their eyes to issues like that, and having hard facts and hard data is really important. As a researcher myself, I understand that. Intrinsically, I feel like it's pretty clear even without having done the research, but it is really important to have that data to be able to convince people who either through bad faith or unwillingness to look at the reality of the situation are unwilling to accept things. So I think that this seems like a great program. I'll also mention in terms of research costs, I work as an academic It is not a lucrative career path. You don't make very much money at all. I don't know what this sort of research looks like. I'm more in the lab, but I'd imagine that the costs themselves are sorts of things that are, it's hard work from people that are not compensated particularly well. And at Mountain View, we are in a position where we can be a leader across the country, and we can have something like this take off, hopefully, and maybe extend I just want to make one plug. The idea of basic income is a universal basic income, not something that's means tested, but something that goes out to everyone. I think we societally are still a long way off from that, but we need to take little steps, and transformative change generally doesn't happen overnight. And I think that we are in a position where we could perhaps help take some of those steps. So hope to see this move forward, and thanks a lot.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sadith Ortiz.
Sorry, it takes me time to unmute myself. So, good evening, Mayor and all the community. The reason that I be here today is to expose myself. Like he was saying, I'm a low-income family, so like 51% of the earning annual that I do, it goes on my rent. So I raised 2 kids, and I still living in the Bay Area because of the school, because of the safety. And I don't like to move out. I think the project that you just talk about tonight, it is great. It's not only for me, because I earn almost $25, and I can barely make my payments and over my rent and all my daily living. And I cannot imagine if you earn 17. So I just thinking a lot for those people that get under 20 wage. So I just please consider all those families that they're really in need. Even if I'm not in that situation, but I still, this is a good fit for all of us, because we are good families. Like, I'm a citizen. I could do something else, but I'm risking my kids. I have to be watching them for success, for academic, and I still like pandemic get affected also at the school side. I have one in college, but I have another one that is still getting their label, because all those 2 years, it was very terrible for her. I had to pay extra classes because the district also, it cannot hold off or wrap it up for all the kids that they're low income, because we cannot afford it to pay tutors, you know. But thank you so much for considering that.
Thank you very much. Seeing no additional members of the public wishing to speak, we will return to the council for deliberation and action, and I will note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the resolution attached to the report. Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to start off by thanking staff for their incredible work on this. It's enormous, the tremendous the work that you put in. It's actually was beyond my expectations. And I just also really appreciate staff's enthusiasm in doing the work and doing the research. When we've met a few times to talk about this project, and during the briefing, I really sense that enthusiasm and maybe some excitement for trying something new. So I just really want to thank all of you on staff from the bottom of my heart for the hard work you've put into this, and for coming up with a very comprehensive program. I wholeheartedly support this. Just like with minimum wage, when we led the effort to raise it and became the first to do so, to get us to $17.10. I felt this was another way to assist those most in need. And I appreciate how we came about this with supporting other programs too. I think I know that some of my colleagues might have a little heartburn with the extra cost in terms of administering and doing the research, but I think that actually the research piece is key and is what makes this different from other projects and programs. During COVID, my feeling at that time was, let's just get out as much assistance as we can as quickly as possible. But oftentimes I've been left wondering, well, what happened to those families that might have received some aid? Was it the best way for us to help? And it's, we don't often get that feedback. And I think that's what's really important here, is to be able to see some of the results of what, the assistance that we provide. And also for me, this was about trying to do something different, hopefully innovative, look at our existing systems, which are, not very, they're not perfect. There's a lot to be improved upon, I would say. One example, just looking at the staff report too, this issue of waivers that came up, I thought that was, interesting, but also frustrating that we needed to go to that point. Like, to me, and, I think it was Vice Mayor talking about, is this additive versus, taking away or supplanting? And for me, this is about, being additive. And yet, we have all of these strings that sometimes come attached and red tape to cut through. And my hope was this, through this program, through this pilot, we can see, where those challenges are, and then move forward in advocating for the right changes that can make, assisting folks easier and more efficient, and hopefully more productive. So that was really the point of this. I feel very fortunate that we are in a situation where we can do this with the ARPA funds. And, my hope is that we will have that discussion when the second half of the ARPA funds come to us later this year. But with that, I'd actually like to I don't see too many other hands. I'm going to go ahead and make the motion. That includes adopting a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving the Guaranteed Basic Income Pilot Program, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. I'm happy to second the item, and just want to echo my thanks to our staff, all of our partners who have led us and gotten us to this point. I think something that, recently was released was the joint venture Silicon Valley, State of the Valley. And it found that 46% of children are living in households that cannot sustain and meet any of their basic needs. And what I've always appreciated about Mountain View is that we're always willing to try something. And I think the pandemic really highlighted that we need to find things that work, meet people where they are. I've talked about that before. I think that this pilot with the research component will help us gather that data to see if something that we're trying works. The pilot is for a fixed amount of time. Most GBI programs only last 1 to 2 years. So I think this kind of, it's for a fixed amount of time. And with that research, we'll be able to, I think, have what we need to help our residents even more. We've heard about the great need. I saw that Tom was on here earlier. We've heard from CSA that everything is a drop in the bucket, even though we've contributed millions of dollars, right, to helping people. And so I think that this is something that we're seeing, at least moving the needle. The child income tax credit has been something that's been working as well. And that's also, a small stipend each month. So I think everything helps at this point. And given those recent numbers from the State of the Valley, I think that this is something that will be where Mountain View can, again, be a regional leader. So I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion for the staff recommendation by Councilmember Abikoga, seconded by Councilmember Kamei. Any other questions, comments? Not seeing any. Vice Mayor Hayes.
So I'll be supporting the motion, but there was a question about whether people who got the the stipend or whatever we're calling it, got the money, would be able to move out of Mountain View. And I'm wondering whether I'm wondering whether the motion maker would amend the motion to allow that. And my reasoning is that I would hate that, somebody were receiving that money and found a good job relatively distant and relatively inexpensive housing near that, but felt on the fence about jumping on all that because they would lose their stipend. So I'm wondering how people feel about making that change and, in the spirit of no strings attached.
Councilmember Abe-Koga, there was a recommendation to modify the motion. You want to respond?
Actually, could I ask staff for what staff recommends? I saw that I didn't get to finish reading all the answers to the written questions, but I know it was in there, but maybe staff could respond first.
Yeah. Of course. Kimberly Thomas, Assistant to the City Manager. Responding to that, we formulated that recommendation in large part from some of the dialogue at the study session for it to be for Mountain View residents through the course of the pilot. There are various ways that this is handled within other pilots. So some will have it where it is a requirement, some won't. So that is at the discretion of direction on behalf of the City Council.
I'd like to hear from others, and then I'll decide on the amendment.
Okay. Sounds good. Councilmember Showalter.
Well, I hadn't really intended to respond to that question, but since it's been asked, I think that we are trying to help Mountain View residents. So I think that's a reasonable requirement. But I did raise my hand because I just wanted to thank the staff for all the work that had been done, and I will be supporting this. But no, I do feel that this is Mountain View dollars, and we should be helping Mountain View residents with this.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So the last time we discussed this, I did express some concerns about this program. And I still have concerns, and I think they've increased since now we are tapping into city resources that go beyond the ARPA funding. It's city resources that could be applied to all kinds of other needs that we have within the city. I agree with the comment that was made by Mr. Burns that it seems like this is a program that should be addressed at a different level of government, like the federal government, and not at the city level. So, because of that, I can't support this. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, go ahead, Councilmember.
I'd like to keep the motion as is. Thank you
for the confirmation. Any other questions, comments? If not, for my part, I'll be supporting the motion as well. I feel the research is justified because the results will help inform local policy. And if we learn something about how we currently communicate with this population, or if there's something that we need to do or focus on to better address the needs of extremely low-income people in our community, then I think it's valuable information to have. So I do feel it is a justified expenditure. If there are no other questions or comments, then I'll ask the city clerk to commence the roll call vote.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
No.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
you very much. And thank you, staff, for your work on this
Thank
item.
you.
We will now move to item 8.1, introduce an ordinance requiring the safe storage of firearms in residences and vehicles. A quick check-in with my colleagues. Would you like a 5-minute break, or should we just power through? Let's do a show of hands for a 5-minute break. There's a majority. Okay, so let's reconvene at 9:39. Welcome back, everyone. It is 9:40, so I'll resume the meeting. Going to turn now to item 8.1, introduce an ordinance requiring the safe storage of firearms in residences and vehicles. And Assistant City Attorney Megan Maravich will present the item. We'll start with the staff presentation, we'll have council questions, and then we'll turn to the public for comments. Is someone able to promote Megan? Oh, there she is. Feel free to begin whenever you're ready.
Good evening, I'm Megan Maravich, Assistant City Attorney. I'll be presenting this ordinance requiring the safe storage of firearms in residents and vehicles. Lieutenant McGee from the police department is also joining me, and he will be available for questions at the end of the presentation. In 2019, Council asked staff to evaluate and report on potential gun safety measures following the devastating shooting at the Gilroy Garlic Festival. Tonight before you is an expansion on the city's current gun safety regulations following last year's adoption of an ordinance prohibiting the possession of firearms in city property. The intent of this ordinance is to prevent injury and death caused by unsecure firearms in homes and vehicles. Safe storage can reduce incidents of accidental and intentional gun-related injuries, especially involving children. Also, the ordinance will reduce the opportunity for theft and the use of stolen guns.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're not able to see the presentation.
Oh, sorry about that.
No worries.
How about now?
Much better. We can see it. Thank you.
Okay. The ordinance will expand up, going back to the intent of this ordinance is to prevent injury and death caused by unsecured firearms in homes and vehicles. Safe storage can reduce incidents of accidental and intentional gun-related injuries, especially involving children. Also, this ordinance will reduce the opportunity for theft and the use of stolen guns in subsequent crimes. The ordinance will expand and fill a noticeable gap in state regulations. Currently, state law makes it a crime to store a firearm in a residence that can be accessed by children. Also, state law requires that only handguns be stored in a locked trunk or in a container within a vehicle. This ordinance will provide clear and a reasonable directive requiring gun owners to adopt safe storage practices. Specifically with regards to safe storage in residences, the ordinance requires that all firearms be stored in a locked container or disabled by a trigger lock, like the one pictured here. In vehicles, the ordinance requires that firearms be secured when left in an unattended vehicle. Firearms must be stored in a locked container within the trunk of a vehicle, or in cases when a vehicle is lacking a trunk, it must be stored in a locked container that is affixed to the vehicle. Violations of the ordinance will be or can be prosecuted as a misdemeanor, just like other city code violations. Also, the police department will not proactively contact people to enforce these requirements. Rather, they'll have discretion to cite for violations should they observe them in the ordinary course of their duties. Should council adopt the ordinance, there will be a 60 delay in implementation to allow for public education and outreach, including in part a mailer to all residents. Lastly, here's staff's recommendation to introduce the ordinance, and Lieutenant McGee and I are available for questions.
Thank you very much. Any member of the council have any questions? Please raise your hand if you do. I'm not seeing any, so we'll return to the public. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raised hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. Given the number of public comments, we will allocate 1 minute and 30 seconds. So let's start with Susie McLean.
Hi, thank you. As a doctor, I care deeply about reducing firearm injury. I was a primary care doc at Kaiser for Santa Clara for 30 years, and many of my patients were Mountain View residents. Since retiring a few years ago, I have devoted all of my volunteer efforts to learning about and advocating for ways to reduce firearm deaths. I joined other doctors from Stanford and have taken a leadership role in the nonprofit Scrubs Addressing the Firearm Epidemic. We focus on medical education and research on gun violence prevention. You know, it can be tempting to look at the problem of gun violence and think it is just too big or too complicated a problem to make a difference. And for sure, there are some complicated and controversial areas, but safe firearm storage isn't one of them. It's as simple as using a seatbelt or car seats. The problem is only about 35% of California firearm owners store all firearms in the safest manner, unloaded and locked. By passing this ordinance and following through with a public education effort to improve safe storage, we will be able to save lives. Thank you for proceeding with this ordinance, and I applaud your work.
Thank you for your input. The next speaker is Louis Pendula.
Hi, my name is Louis Pendula. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Storing firearms in a securely locked container can prevent unintentional child deaths and teen gun suicides by as much as 85%. Of the 150 school shootings since Columbine, having firearms securely stored would have prevented 2/3 of them. Storing firearms in a securely locked container can also prevent gun deaths from being guns from being stolen in a home robbery, and the fee can be small to purchase a safe. A DOJ-approved safe storage device can be obtained for as little as $40, so the cost is not at all prohibitive. And trigger locks are often given out free by the police stations. As you pointed out, many people are under the impression that the California Penal Code 25-100 already addresses this issue, but it definitely does not. It does not define how to safely store a firearm in a home, and it doesn't apply to all homes or vehicles. So parents often hide their guns rather than locking them up, and studies show 70% of children know the location of those hidden guns in their home, and many have even handled them. I respect.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, your time is up. Next speaker is Charles Frail.
Hi, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity. Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak really quick. I'm a longtime Mountain View resident, and I've been a member of the shooting community in the South Bay for over 40 years now. I have some prepared notes, but I'm going to have to kind of telescope that. One of the things that I noticed is not addressed in this is the factor of defensive gun uses. There are multiple studies out there that document over 2 million defensive gun uses per year. There was, in fact, a well-documented one in San Mateo not 2 weeks ago. And this doesn't even touch on that issue. There's also the upcoming New York State Rifle and Pistol Association court case in front of the Supreme Court that's due to be decided this spring. And I think that would have a substantial impact on this and potentially would open up the city to substantial litigation if this ordinance were passed prematurely. What I would like to suggest is that the city and the city attorney's office consult both with some recognized Second Amendment litigators, and I've provided the mayor with at least one option on that front, and also with some of the gun rights technical organizations out there that consult with municipalities such as CalGuns, to see if there is a way to make the intent of the ordinance work within the letter of the law and within the U.S. Constitution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Rachel.
Hello, City Council members. Thank you so much for taking your time tonight and for bringing safe storage to Mountain View. I'm a resident of Mountain View, as well as an active volunteer with the Moms Demand Action here in Santa Clara County. I am urging council to pass this important ordinance. As already stated, the ordinance is needed as our current California state law does not sufficiently address safe storage of all firearms. It does not define how safety and how to safely store a firearm. There isn't one ordinance, obviously, that's going to bring the end of gun violence here in our communities. However, storing firearms unloaded, locked, will save lives. Please vote yes, allowing Mountain View to be part of the growing list of cities in our county with this important ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Don Weiss.
Hi, I'm Don Weiss with the Santa Clara County chapter of Brady United. You know, the Brady campaign has a really poignant term to refer to the injuries and deaths caused by guns which were brought into a home, presumably to protect the inhabitants. They call it family fire. They have this one commercial of a man talking to his 8 or 9-year-old son. The kid says, "Dad, can I play with our gun?" The dad's taken aback. "What are you talking about?" "You know, Dad, the gun on the top shelf of your closet under the sweatshirts." The dad gets angry. "That's not our gun, that's my gun. It's not a toy. I need it to protect you and Mom." The kid persists. "Well, what if you're not here? I can protect Mom and me with it." The growing dismay on the dad's face is really quite moving as he begins to contemplate the terrible tragedy, the terrible pain, which in reality does happen every day to some unlucky homes with guns. So thank you, City Council, for considering and hopefully adopting safe storage. Legislating rational behavior is a way to protect people who may just need a little nudge to do the right thing for themselves and their families. Thank you.
Very much. The next speaker is Karen.
Good evening, Mayor Ramirez and council members. It's true. Statistics show that safe storage reduces firearm suicide, stolen weapons, accidental shootings, and school shootings. But what is more important to someone like me who has had a child killed by gun violence is that safe storage saves lives. Please pass a safe storage ordinance in Mountain View to prevent another family from suffering the loss of their dearly loved one. Thank you.
Very much. Next speaker is Lisa Henry.
Good evening, Mayor Ramirez, Vice Mayor Hicks, and council members. I'm Lisa Henry. I'm a volunteer with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, and I'm a resident of Mountain View. I'm also the mother of a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old. I'm here today to urge you to support the ordinance requiring the safe storage of firearms in residences and vehicles in Mountain View. This ordinance has become even more urgent than ever during COVID, given the dramatic rise in gun sales. And during COVID, we've seen a shocking 43% increase in unintentional deaths of small children and a 9% increase in teen suicides. As a volunteer with Moms Demand Action, I've gotten to know a number of parents who have lived through the experience of having a child die in an unintentional shooting, or another child found an unsecured gun, or the experience of having a child die by suicide using a gun found unsecured in their home. I urge you to support this ordinance to help prevent similar deaths. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kelly Traver.
Hi, my name is Kelly Traver, and I am a retired physician. I can tell you that these incidences of children dying unintentionally, teenagers killing themselves with unsecured firearms, and 80% of school shootings actually are also by unsecured firearms. These are not small numbers. I personally have taken care of children brought in dead on arrival, teens brought in dead on arrival from unsecured firearms. I so appreciate you guys putting forward this ordinance and very much support it. This is without a doubt something that can save lives. And to the previous person who said that you cannot protect your home, you absolutely can. It takes seconds to get at your gun if it's in a secured, locked container. I've tried it myself, and there have been multiple studies on this. So it does not prevent defending your home in a home invasion, which is not super common anyway. Firearms are far more used for homicides, suicides, and unintentional deaths than in self-defense. This is constitutional, and it definitely takes care of a loophole in the California Penal Code, which does not state how to safely store firearms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just for the benefit of the public, if you've already spoken, I can't allow you to speak again, just in the spirit of fairness to everybody. Seeing no additional members of the public wishing to speak, we will return to the council for deliberation and action, and I will note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the ordinance attached to the report. Would any member of the council like to provide comments or make a motion? Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, as always, to staff for your work on this item and for bringing it back to us. And I want to also thank the Moms Demand Action group and numerous residents for coming forward and asking us to move forward on this ordinance. I don't think there's a lot to say. I think, you know, this is just our attempt to continue to strengthen our efforts around gun safety. And so I'm glad that we are joining the other already cities that have already adopted this this measure and continuing to move forward. And I hope that this is our second item around gun safety that we've done, and I know there's many others that are on my list, and I hope that in the coming years we can continue to work on this issue and promote gun safety. So I see other hands. I was happy to make a motion, but I see other hands, so I'm happy to wait. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Well, I was intending to second your motion. Now I'm not clear on whether you've made it or not, but you know, I'm just going to add that I lost a friend in middle school to an unsafely stored gun, and I will be thinking of Leo when I vote for this motion, which I assume I'm seconding, but Councilmember Abe-Koga, maybe you can clarify whether I'm seconding or maybe I'm making the motion. I'm not sure at this point. And I wanted to add that I'm particularly looking forward to the public education around this, because I think that's what would have saved my friend Leo, is the public education. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, there is no motion on the floor because the title of the resolution has to be read into the record. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm very thankful to become an ordinance in Mountain View. I think that our next logical step is to really address gun sales in Mountain View and our surrounding communities that limit the areas of their cities that that can have gun sales and limit the number of gun retailers that can be there, as well as supporting some of the good legislation at the state level. And I think this just impacts so many more people in the community. So many more people in the community than we can really say. And I'm so thankful for the people who came forward to speak about this, and especially like people, parents like Karen and Lewis, Christina and Eric, really continue to be an inspiration. And I think we just have to continue to push on every single front that we can. And the alternative is unthinkable. So I hope that this council will continue to really create a wall of safety around our communities for young people and for everyone in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Abe-Koga, did you want to make the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, I would like to make the motion, and I just want to thank Councilmember Lieber for her comments. I agree. I think there's more work to be done. I have been concerned about locations, especially when they're very close to schools. So I hope that we can work on those in the near future. But with that, I would like to make a motion to introduce an ordinance of the City of Mountain View, adding Article 5 to Chapter 21 of the Mountain View City Code relating to the safe storage of firearms in residences and vehicles in the City of Mountain View, to be read in title only, further reading waived, and set second reading for March 8th, 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Well, if it's okay, I'll just go ahead and second. I think this is an excellent move. We've just all been devastated for many, many years with report after report after report of incidental shootings that happen with unsecured guns and mass shootings, and it's really a national tragedy. And we've heard from our national leaders about thoughts and prayers, just again and again and again. And that's really just so incredibly ineffective. But keeping these guns out of harm's way will be effective, at least here. And that's what we have control over. So I'm really glad to see that we've brought this forward, and I think we're going to pass it.
Thank you. I will be supporting the motion, but I did want to ask staff. We did get a question from a member of the public that I think is an important one, and that's regarding the constitutionality of the ordinance in light of what we've seen from the Supreme Court in recent years. Can you speak briefly about the analysis done regarding the constitutionality of the ordinance?
Certainly. The similar ordinances have been tested locally in our district courts and in a federal appellate district or federal appellate court in the Ninth Circuit. and they have survived constitutional challenge. So we're not concerned that our ordinance would not survive a constitutional challenge.
Great, thank you. Any remaining questions or comments? If not, I'll ask the city clerk to begin the roll call.
Councilmember Abe Koga.
Aye.
Councilmember Showalter.
Yes.
Councilmember Kamei.
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichek.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, and thank you, staff, for bringing this item before us tonight. I'm going to move to continue the meeting past 10 o'clock. We do have one remaining item. We've got a second from Councilmember Abe Koga. Thank you. Can we do a roll call vote, City Clerk?
Mayor Ramirez.
Yes.
Councilmember Abe Koga.
Aye.
Councilmember Kamei.
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichek.
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We'll now proceed to item 8.2, commercial development at 756 California Street. Would any council members like to make disclosures? Councilmember Abe Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would like to disclose that I have met with the applicant a couple of times on the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichek.
I also met with the applicant, but it was probably 2-3 years ago. And I've been by the site on my own.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes, I also met with the applicant some time ago, and I've been by the site many times.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. Met with the applicant and visited the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Same as other people, met with the applicant quite a long time ago and have visited the site.
Thank you. I'm going to disclose that I also met with the applicant, even though I have no memory of doing so, but the fact that all of you have strongly suggests that I probably did at some point. So now we'll move to the presentation. Senior Planner Margaret Netto will present the item.
There we go. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Margaret Netto, Senior Planner. The item before you tonight is 756 California Street, a commercial project. The project site is located on the north side of California Street between Castro and Hope Street. The site is currently developed with an approximately 2,480 square foot single-story commercial building used as a dental office that would be demolished for this project. The project is to construct a new 3-story, 997 square foot commercial building with ground floor retail and office above. No on-site parking will be provided. The project utilizes an architectural style that includes flat roof, light earth tone colors, a recessed storefront, windows that create shade and shadow, and decorative columns and cornices that are compatible with the existing surrounding buildings. The ground level is treated with clear storefront windows and planter boxes to maintain an inviting and active experience for pedestrians. The project is in the downtown parking district, Area H, which allows up to 100% of required parking to be paid through an in lieu fee. The project lot size is only 0.07 acres due to its small size and configuration is unable to accommodate any on-site parking. The project is proposing to pay the parking in lieu fee for all required parking. The project also proposes a transportation demand management program to reduce parking demand on site. In November of 2021, Council adopted the downtown parking strategy, which provides a 10-year horizon and implementation plan with a specific vision to manage parking demand and supply as the needs of the downtown area evolve. The study is evaluating parking for the future, including short-term operational improvements like residential permit parking to free up parking in existing facilities and long-term strategies, including a new parking garage. And also a similar 3-story commercial project with no on-site parking at 747 West Dana was approved by council on December 7th, 2021. Also, prior meetings for this project, 2 neighborhood meetings were held. For this project, the applicant met with the Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning, where about 25 people attended. The applicant also met with the Old Mountain View Neighborhood Association, where approximately 15 to 20 people attended. The project was also reviewed by the Development Review Committee in May of 2019. And the project was recently reviewed by the Zoning Administrator on January 26, 2022, where it was recommended for approval to the City Council. One person submitted a letter before the hearing with concerns about the height of the building and lack of parking and lack of public awareness of the project, but expressed support for a 2-building alternative. As discussed, the applicant has held 2 neighborhood outreach meetings. The project is in keeping with the general area since there is a 3-story commercial building at 745 California Street, which is across the street and to the right of the project. The project is not directly adjacent to single-family residential homes. Across Blossom Lane is a 2-story apartment building, providing a transition to the residential neighborhood on Hope Street. The downtown precise plan allows projects to pay for the parking fee for all the required parking. The precise plan recognizes that most of the lots are too small to provide on-site parking. In lieu fees help to construct and manage public parking facilities in the parking district. The staff concludes the project complies with the general plan, zoning, precise plan goals, and policy. Staff has reviewed the proposal and based on this analysis and the findings and conditions, recommends conditional approval of this project. This concludes my presentation. The applicant is also here to make a few comments and to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll proceed. I don't see the applicant in the panel. Somebody promote the applicant. When you're ready, feel free to provide any remarks on behalf of your proposal.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Yes, hi. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to present this project to you. My name is Hui Do, and I am the dentist and the owner of the dental practice and the property located at 756 California Street. So first, I would like to thank our planner, Margaret Netto, for doing a great job, and also for her guidance and advice to get us to this point. Tonight, I'm here in the capacity of a small business owner and also as a property owner to provide any answers and questions that you may have. Anything more technical, I believe my architect is available also to have answer more technical questions. And I think I will leave it at that. And I think to answer your question, Mayor Ramirez, yes, we did meet.
Thank you for the reminder. That must have been quite some time ago. Does any member of the council have any questions for the applicant or staff? Vice Mayor Hicks.
I do. I was actually kind of impressed that you put, maybe you can tell me more about it, said a laser cut Corten steel wall art. Can you tell me anything about that? Give me any details. Was that something that you were inspired to do, or the architect, or tell me more about that?
Are you talking about the wall art on adjacent to the neighboring parcel?
Yes.
I think that was in part of the recommendations from the DRC, because if we had left the wall untouched, then that would have been such a blank wall, a blank canvas, that there were some suggestions to do something to make it stand out and not leave it as blank as it was, because there was not any project or any construction that was projected at the neighboring parcel in the foreseeable future. So to leave it as such a blank wall for such a long time would not be very attractive. So that was what was recommended at I believe at the DRC.
Okay, interesting. I haven't seen that before that I remember in the downtown. And then my second question is, do you have ideas for the ground floor retail? Is your business is going to be above and there's going to be different retail, or are you going to extend your business through all 3 floors, or how will you fill the space, or how do you intend
currently the plan is to have my business on the 3rd floor, and for the retail, through recommendations from staff and through previous meetings with council members, I think the recommendation was to have some sort of retail that actually sells some kind of product. And I think there was some products that were that we should recommend to stay away from. I believe along the lines of cannabis or anything of that nature.
Okay. Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Well, first, I was very pleased to hear that you are going to continue to practice in Mountain View while the construction's going on. That's good. So I'm glad that's working out. I just had a question about the tree or trees. It seems to me that I read in the report that there aren't necessarily trees going to be added to the site, and yet in the rendering picture, there's this lovely tree in the front. So are you planning to put in some trees, or is there room for trees?
There are currently, I believe, 2 trees in the front, and also 1 tree in our neighbor's parcel that is that's on the property of the California Apartments, or either the area right adjacent to Blossom Lane. So there were no plans to add any additional trees, but the trees that are already there will remain.
Okay, so the tree that's sort of in the planting and in the picture in front of the and the rendering is not necessarily going to be there.
There currently already is a tree in front of the building.
Oh, so it's going to remain?
Yes, it's going to remain.
So that's one that's going to remain. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move to the public. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom, or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. I'm not seeing, there's 1 member of the public. Let's allocate 3 minutes. Sunny Tam.
Good evening. My name is Sunny Tam with Studio 02 Architect. I just want to introduce myself. And if you have any design question or technical question, I'm here to answer for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other members of the public, I will now bring the item back to council for deliberation and action, and note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the resolution attached to the report. Councilmember Liebert.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, since I'm the only person who hasn't met with the applicant, I'll go ahead and move the item if no one has an objection to that. I see a couple other hands, though. Oh, one hand disappeared. I don't know if Councilmember Matichak wanted to make a comment beforehand, but I'll go ahead and move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View conditionally approving a planned community permit and development review permit to construct a 3-story, 6,997 square foot commercial building with ground floor retail and office above, and finding the project to be categorically exempt pursuant to section 15303, new construction or conversion of small structures of the CEQA guidelines at 756 California Street, to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. I'll second the motion.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to comment on and thank the applicant. We did meet several times, and it was a long time ago. And I just wanted to thank him for hanging in there and his patience. You know, we've had some challenges, workload, staffing. I think there's some miscommunication that happened too. You know, I really wanted Mr. Doe or Dr. Doe to be able to continue his business here. We want to be a business-friendly city. And so I just want to thank him for hanging in there with us and continuing to operate in Mountain View. So, and I'm very pleased with the design. It looks great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll ask the city clerk to begin the roll call vote.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Abikoga?
Aye.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Hui, for joining us and for introducing the project to us. We will now move to item 9, Council Staff Committee Reports. Are there any? There don't have to be. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of things that I wanted to bring up. 2 of them are gun-related bills that were recently introduced in the state legislature and presented by the governor at his press conference the other day. The first one is AB 2571 by Assemblymember Bauer Cahan. And this is a bill to limit firearms advertising to children. Firearms like the JR-15 that's made to be a miniature version of an AR-15 for children. And I think that this is very much in line with Mountain View's own limits on tobacco advertising that's targeted to children in near school sites and sites that children frequently use. So that's AB 2571. The second one is a very important bill, SB 1327 by Senator Hertzberg. And this is the bill that would create a right of private action to help fight ghost guns and assault weapons in our state. I know that council is aware that we have a state level assault weapons ban that has been worked on over time, and new assault weapons as they come out have been added to it. Unfortunately, a district court judge recently ruled that the state was not able to enforce our assault weapons ban. So what's being done with this bill with SB 1327 is to give citizens the right to bring a suit to enforce that ban. And so it's a very good and necessary workaround in the law. So I'm not sure from the city manager what kind of action we would need to take here to be able to get on board with supporting these two bills. But I would like to have our city listed in support there.
Thank you, Councilmember Lieber. If everyone is in agreement, it sounds like that's aligned with where council is headed with your support of gun safety. And so we can add this to our list, and I'll talk with our staff and figure out where the bill is going and what we need to do. So I'll just make sure that we provide these two bills.
Okay, thank you. And the other one is in terms of the tiny house development and the services that we're providing. I think that in our due diligence as a council, we should have a report back about how it's going with the staffing and the case management with the project, and see if there are ways that we can provide assistance and really for our own understanding, kind of get a handle on what's happening, how many clients have been able to move on to other housing, and what the barriers are there. I really agree so much with what was said, even though I didn't agree with the amount of money, that we need to understand what the barriers are for the lowest income people in our communities under the GBI initiative. And I think that really applies to this housing as well. So if we can understand a little bit more about how the case management is working out, how clients are able to access it, what they're finding when they get to the end of their tenure, and what's being offered, I think it would be very helpful for us. And I don't know from staff if that's all that we need to put forward is just that request, or would we need to take a straw poll?
Thank you, Councilmember Lieber. I think this is absolutely doable. So I will work with staff to coordinate with Life Moves on an update to council on the program specifics and data and how things are going.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Showalter.
Well, I just wanted to share a few meetings that I'd gone to. One was at BCDC last week. We had a really interesting discussion about hybrid meetings, particularly for regional boards that we sit on. And as one of the board members said, the commissioner said, now that the Zoom genie has been let out of the bottle, are we ever gonna let it go back? So, you know, right now, the requirements are going to be that will go back to how the rules were before the crisis, the COVID crisis, and that's going to be, I think that there's legislation. I understand there's legislation now that may help this, but it would require, if you were going to have your meeting, you know, you're listening to your meeting from home, you would have to publish the the address of that meeting in the agenda. You'd have to put a phone number that somebody could call to get help with directions. I mean, you know, just a lot of sort of private disclosure. Because people come from, you know, for many of these meetings have to drive an hour or two to get to them, there's a lot of efficiencies by coming to Zoom. So I just wanted to bring that up, that's something that, you know, all of us serving on regional boards are going to have to deal with. And I know the city manager is aware of it and will help with advocacy. But if there is a bill related to this specifically, I would, I don't know the number, but I would like us to advocate for it. So I wanted to mention that. And then Councilmember Kamei mentioned the joint venture Silicon Valley State of the Valley that was held on Friday morning. That means that the new 2022 Silicon Valley Index is out, and it's just an amazing compendium of you know, information about all sorts of trends, employment trends, demographic trends, in our communities, and it's just really fascinating to look at. I urge everybody to take a look. Councilmember Abby Koga and I spent Friday afternoon with Leadership Mountain View at the new Shashi Hotel, and that was a delightful experience, at least for me. And one of the things that was sort of exciting to see was that this is a building that has been built with the new under the new code that we have for the North Bay Shore, which requires dual plumbing. So they're using recycled water for, you know, flushing toilets and irrigation, and potable water for what potable water should be used for. So it was really exciting to see that, you know, that built. That was just very, very, very cool. And then I wanted to mention another just plug for a community organization. Well, actually, it is the Historical Society. I'll mention we had a great meeting, and we learned a lot about Stevens Creek, and let maybe the mayor, since I think you're on the board of the Historical Society, mention what's coming up on Saturday. No, not anymore? Oh, okay. Well, anyway, next Saturday, they're going to have they're starting walking tours about the history of Mountain View. And there's going to be another one next Saturday. And I think it sounds like a fun activity. So thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Abby Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to report out on a couple of meetings I've attended. The first one is Silicon Valley Clean Energy. And at our last board meeting, we authorized our JPA to implement rate changes that will keep SVCE customers at a 1% discount to PG&E rates effective March 1st. So PG&E will be increasing their rates. Clean energy, I saw this was a question that came up during with our budget item, but clean energy is in charge of the sourcing. And so that part of the cost will be 1% lower than what PG&E charges. And this rate discount has been the same for customers for the past couple of years and aligns with the agency's commitment to maintaining rates competitive to PG&E. The discount is inclusive of PG&E's added fees. Since launching in 2017, SVCE has saved customers $77 million on their electricity bills. And I believe that the CPUC has approved the PG&E's rate increases. We pay, the customers pay PG&E something called the power charge indifference and adjustment. It's a fee that is paid to PG&E, but that will decrease. And so with that, that's part of the charge. The board directed $17 million to fund further customer and community energy programs to help us achieve our region's collective carbon reduction goals, and also directed staff to allocate $3 million for relief to low-income customers. And then we also voted to enter a contract for a long-duration energy storage project. This is to deliver clean energy for 8 hours a day, helping provide relief to the grid during critical peak times. And this actually is groundbreaking. It made national news. This is the first major procurement milestone for California Community Power, a new JPA comprised of 10 community choice energy agencies throughout the state. And our clean energy CEO and staff have been very instrumental in creating this California community power agency. So I just wanted to note that. Also, I attended the Cities Association, and I saw that Councilmember Kamei is no longer on the call, but she was at the Legislative Action Committee where there was discussion on a Brown Act bill that Senator Cortese is looking to introduce relative to continuing virtual meetings and so forth. Also, I believe Assemblymember Alex Lee has introduced legislation as well. Senator Cortese's staff came to get input on what would make, what kind of changes to the Brown Act we thought would be helpful. And then Assemblymember Berman also attended to get input on the VTA governance bill that he introduced. He is doing a listening tour, and he's introduced, I believe, a spot bill, but is looking for input on how to make that bill more workable for everyone. And then we also had a presentation on our Neighborhood Voices initiative. This is in response to SB 9. We had a professor, I think on urban planning from Stanford, give us a very objective presentation on this initiative. So I found that really interesting. I'm sure we will hear more as we move forward. And then finally, I attended with the mayor and Councilmember Kamei, the opening of the 101 express lanes that connects now Santa Clara County to San Mateo County. I've heard some folks, some consternation about it. I do want to remind folks that a lane was actually added to create this extra express lane. So it was not a lane that was taken away. And the data has shown that it actually makes travel time for everyone faster by having express lanes. So just wanted to report out that. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Any other reports? If none, then we'll move to item 10, closed session report. Interim City Attorney Quinn, do you have a closed session report?
I do not have a closed session report this evening.
Thank you. Very much appreciated. Then we'll move to item 11, adjournment. Thank you so much for joining us. And our next City Council meeting will be held on March 8th, 2022. Until then, stay healthy, and the meeting is adjourned at 10:37 p.m. Thank you very much, everybody.